Привет.
Hello.
Tada.
Servus.
Marhaba.
Hola.
Hello.
I'm inspired that there's so many people working to accomplish the same goal of creating a connected future.
By having students lead clubs on campus directly supported by Google developers, that's the best way to reach out to students.
It's really inspirational always to hear about members of the community who echo your values and echo your beliefs.
I've been listening more than I've been speaking, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing because I'm just getting all these ideas.
Google, it needs to reach a wider audience and be more relatable as a company, and I think Google is one of the brands that is very good at doing that.
Get ready for a cloud-first workplace. Jumpstart your career by signing up for a Google Cloud hands-on learning experience. Companies around the world are moving to the cloud. This is a unique opportunity to gain new skills and professional credentials. If you want to discover a career, scale your startup, or perform groundbreaking research that will change the world, this is the event for you.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Oh my God. I'm just waking up, as you can see, too. Just grab my coffee. So today we have Vimal joining us. He's one of the GDG organizers from Toronto's Google Cloud chapter. We worked and ran a few sessions with our DSC chapters last year. I remember we had on average 200 or so attendees on each of those sessions. And then the students ended up completing those sessions at about 90%, right about 90%. So Vimal, welcome. We're super excited.
Thanks, Madhusha. Thanks for introducing, and yeah, a very good morning to everybody, and good day for folks who are in different time zones.
Yeah, so if you haven't got access to our Discord server, I'm going to put the link. So the link is in the description below. And we have our codes, everything set up. So I'm going to quickly show you the setup on Discord before I hand it over to Vimal. And walk him through. So the reason we created this Discord is to help you, because I know you're going to get stuck as you go through. So here's the thing. This is a live session, but the beauty about YouTube is you can scroll back, you can pull the play button back, and then you can go back a few minutes to catch up. But let's say you still are stuck. Then what you can do is you can go to the Discord server. I'm going to be in stage 1. Vimal is going to be in stage 2. But I don't think Vimal is going to jump into this stage. He's going to continue his session on YouTube. But let's say if you still want one-on-one support, just quickly go into one of the Q&A lobbies we have. And then on the right, you will see we already have 6-7 tutors listed out. And then the others can join the discussion on the hashtag Cloud Study Jam thread as well. So keep in mind and make sure if you don't have permission or something, put it on the general chat and I'll make sure we'll get you all set up. We have a few other volunteers who are going to help out. And then the beauty is, let's say while he's doing this, you're running this in tandem. And if you happen to run into issues, the community is there to help you out. And then the other thing is, remember, this session is going to be recorded and it's going to be available to you. So if you can't finish everything on the get-go in the next few hours, which is fine, you can go back, replay it, and follow up. Now, one thing about the code that we're going to give you access to is it's only active today, but that will give you access to Qwiklabs, and it'll unlock for another 30 days. So when Vimal and us, when we run the second session on the 24th, you'll have access to another code, but also you'll be able to complete everything that you've done. So we're going to guide you through this first session, which is great. But if not, you want to do your own stuff on Qwiklabs, you're welcome to do that as well. So that's all I have from housekeeping side, from my side. One other thing is, if you have friends that you think should join this session, I'm going to put this stuff right there. So we are on Twitter, we are on Facebook. It's streaming on all those platforms. Welcome to ping them, share it with them, and let them know that you're doing this session. And it's always better to work together and jam together, as I say. That being said, I want to hand it over to Wimo. So I'm going to put his presentation up. There you go. Over to you, Wimo.
Thank you, Madhusha. Thanks for the introduction. Thanks for setting up the house rules today. And welcome, folks. This is like Saturday morning, but primarily our audience is from North America, and you chose to spend your time with us. Hopefully, your day is gonna very fulfilling and satisfying. Pretty much, you may have a sense of what we are gonna do today. And for folks who are new to this community, either who have not heard of GDG or DSC or this format from Google, I have a brief presentation just to onboard you in terms of as a community, who we are, what we are, and eventually we'll move on to a certain theoretical, onboarding session where we will make sure that you all understand certain basics. Because when we talk to audience, which is pretty much diversified, coming from different area of technology, some of you may be from a non-technical area as well. We have to set the context at the beginning, so we will spend some time on that, and eventually we will move towards the lab section, which is the actual core event of the day, where we will complete a set of labs, which we can call it as workshop. We also call it as quest, and once you complete it, you get eligible for something that Google provides that is called a badge. So pretty much that's how the day is gonna look like. I will not say it would be pretty easy for everybody, because those who are aware of certain context, certain areas, may find it easy than others who have less understanding around this technology, particularly the cloud technology that we are going to cover today. So, but it should be all right, because we'll try to keep our pace in such a way that everybody gets an hang on it. And even if you feel that something you missed, you will have the session recorded. You can see it again. And yeah, as a community, we are available to you. We keep doing these sessions. You can always join us in future session as well, so that you always add on what you have learned today. All right. So let me start with the basic idea of today's session, what we call it GCP Essentials. GCP stands for Google Cloud Platform, and this is going to be a virtual session, but it's going to be a hands-on workshop. You all are going to have, you should have your laptops with you. If you are trying to attend this session through a mobile phone or other devices, may not be pretty much useful to its best. Plus, if you have two screens, it will be great, because right now I'm going to do a presentation for some 35 odd minutes. That's fine. But once we move to the lab section, you will have to juggle with multiple screens, and that is the time when you essentially need two screens. If you don't have one, still it's okay. I will try to accommodate and structure it in such a way that you get time to listen to me, and while you do it after that. Okay. So pretty much who we are right now. I am from GDG Cloud Toronto, and in this structure we have multiple areas where different folks have joined Google's learning platform that is called Google Developers Group. But this session today is brought to you by DSC primarily, which is Developer Students Club, and we have Beyond the Valley group working to collaborate and make the logistics and things work with us. Me as presenter, I come from GDG Cloud Toronto. Google has a learning community learning area which is throughout the globe. There are 1,000+ chapters. We are one of them based in Toronto. You can see some of our connect details on your screen at the moment. You also have QR code which can scan, which can lead you to our community page, just in case if you want to join us. And at the same time, you must join DSC clubs if you are a student. If you are not a student, and if you have attended, you are trying to attend this session to learn and upskill yourself, you can join and follow Beyond the Valley group as well on YouTube. Subscribe to it so that you are aware of our future events as well. Right, so a little bit about my community in Toronto here, and similarly, we have a lot of communities throughout the globe, including the DSCs. There are a lot of DSCs in Toronto itself, but we started somewhere in 2019 with few members, essentially like 2, and we grew up. Like the first screen that you see is like our first event, and eventually we had our last year DevFest. We had a lot of folks who are actually registered with us to be part of these events, and by now we are more than 2,600 members registered with us. This figure that you see, 2,100, was for the year 2019. So who we are official chapter of Google, but we operate as an independent group. Our motto is to nourish passion for technology. My personal motive is, if anything new happens in technology, I want to be in the first runner to learn it, to know about it. Our other motto is also to promote women in tech, and there are reasons for that. We will talk about those in our specific events, which we do, that's the women in tech events. Key highlights of us, like last year, more than 1,000 participants completed their certificates. When we say certificates, we do not provide certificate of participation. Generally, in our in-class events or in certain events, we provide certificate of completion. However, in today's event, we are not providing any certificates. This is not part of this agenda. However, you will still get a badge that you can add to your LinkedIn, and we will tell you how to do that while we work on the workshop. This year, our key focus area and the key event that we are going to have is DevFest, and that will happen somewhere in November, around 21st, 22nd, and we may also have a inaugural ceremony on 14th or 15th. So this is the link, tinyurl.com DevFest 20 meetup. You can go to our meetup page, register for the DevFest if you are interested to join. We will have around 36 hours of non-stop session, which will operate in different time zone. We'll start from Eastern time zone, we'll go to GMT, further to Indian time zone, and we'll be back on EST and next in 36 hours. In those 36 hours, we'll have dozens of speaker sessions, panel discussions, coding competition, hackathons, as well as our core USP, that is the workshop. So do participate in that if you are available during those times. We had many supporting partners. Of course, Google Developer happens to our primary supporting partners. Then we have different colleges, different communities. Then we have, like this session is being kind of organized and supported by developer student clubs. And there are a lot of clubs involved in that. So thank you all for being with us. What are the different events that we do? We do info sessions. Primarily what I'm doing right now is part of the info session. I'm telling about our structure, and we will be talking about Google Cloud as well. Then we have a cloud onboarding session, which will be also included into this session. Then we have Google Cloud Study Jam. So this is the exact event we are doing today. But as part of that, we are also talking about general onboarding and info session. Google DevFest is what I said is upcoming for us. Google Code Lab is another structure, and which is similar to Study Jam with little difference. And Women in Tech is another area which we look into when we do events. When we used to do our events in the classroom, this is how pretty much it used to look like. And one of the pictures is from University of Toronto. The other one is from Jargon College. And similarly, we have done similar event at different locations, and we generally try to all together get into a room on a Saturday morning, and by evening what we want is that we all have completed something. The sense of accomplishment is what we look forward in our events. These are generally 6 to 7 hours of continuous work. Sorry for my throat. Yeah, and by end of the day, we give certificates to those folks who are able to complete it. Most of the time, our completion rate is somewhere between 80% to 95%. As Medusa mentioned, in University of Toronto, we had students like you, and they were able to complete this quest on the same day, and it was like a great sense of accomplishment. Who are general participants in our events? Students, startup companies, technology professionals, and non-technology professionals. Today, since it is primarily primarily oriented towards DSCs, we will have students as participants. Moreover, when we do in-classroom session, we also get a lot of people from corporates, and I mean, you can just imagine the possibilities when students and corporate professionals learn together in the same room. Imagine the possibilities of networking. Imagine the possibilities of getting referrals once you are there. So apart from what technology technology learning we deliver, there's also a lot of opportunity of networking. Now, the past success, will not go much into it. Our vision is to be the largest community group where people can express themselves, learn technology, and exchange their ideas together. So we all are learning in our own silos, but if we start sharing what we are learning in a certain way, we all can learn faster. And our also vision is to work towards women in tech. And as I said, there are regions which we will speak in women in tech specific events. You can find us everywhere. Similarly, you can find all DSCs. If you are part of a DSC, you must follow them. Beyond the Valley is another initiative which helps us coordinate these events, so you must follow them as well, so that you are aware. Yeah, pretty much, if you want to keep track of when we do event and you want to attend it, you can follow us in all the different platforms. All right, so pretty much we have spoken so far just about ourselves.
One quick question. Do you want to talk to them about what the process of getting officially certified at Google and what this first step would look like?
All right. So when we say officially certified Google or Google Cloud Professional, there are many certificates in that. Like, there are many to start with, and generally it is a bunch of certificates which professionals may like to purchase. It primarily goes with ACE certification, that is Associate Cloud Professional certificate, and then you have DevOps engineer, then you have data engineer. So these are the different segments when somebody may like to, again, depending upon your interest, your skills, or your needs. Like if you are a working professional, you may like to get certification in the area of your work. If you are a student, if you are a new learner, just a fresh graduate, and you want to get into industry, you may find a track for yourself. Whether what does interest to you? Is it like the architecture? Is it like the data? Or is it like machine learning, things like that? So there are different tracks for this certification. But I guess to begin with, if somebody is looking for AC, could be a good start. It would be rather easier. And then one can evolve further towards DevOps or architecture or data engineer based on their interest. However, in today's session, what we are going to do could be the first step. First, I will let me call it a baby step, but still it could be a first step, because whatever we are going to learn today is important for all the certifications. So irrespective of what track you want to go, today's session is going to be useful to you, because it is the most basic one. The session that Madhusha talked about, the next session that is upcoming in the last week of this month, that will be primarily aimed towards infrastructure. That means if you want to learn DevOps, if you want to be a DevOps engineer, or if you want to be an architect, that could be another baby step for you. So
one other thing I want to add to this is, by the way, so this Qwiklabs platform is what Google used to train our sales engineers and other engineers when we onboard them. So everything you're going through is exactly what we use internally. So you're up to date with everything from internal as well. So keep that in mind. So when you want to get your certification, there's nothing new. You'll be already being exposed to the most up-to-date content and systems that we put in place. So that's the last time I'm going to interrupt you, Wimo. Take it away.
No worries. Yeah, that was a good point anyway, Brock, because many of the folks who have joined today may be knowing, like, what does this track leads to? What are we trying to achieve end of the day in the longer run? So I guess that was a good question asked, and it may have helped many of our participants who may have the same question. So pretty much what I'm going to do from this point of time is we'll walk you through the basics of cloud. Pretty much like many of you may be already familiar with it. You may have studied in your college, or you may have studied by your own. I will try to keep the fine balance between making it basic and making it useful to every audience, because there can be folks who have just heard the name like cloud computing and they may not know anything about it. So I will be talking from that level as well. While for folks who have a little bit of understanding, we have some slides where they can find it useful. So if you already know it, it's great. You can share your thoughts and understanding on different channels that will be provided to you. I will try to keep it simple. I will try to keep it reachable to wider audience. And yeah. So what is the first thing that comes to our mind when we hear the word cloud or cloud computing? And generally, when we do classroom session, I definitely ask a question like, how old do you think this technology is? Right now, we consider this as one of the most demanding technology. It is being adopted everywhere, and it has happened in last few years. Like last 5 years has seen the fastest growth. But how old the technology is? And I get all sort of answers like, okay, it's like 5 years old, 10, 15, 20. Some folks say 30, 35 years. And actually, in a sense, it is true. Like it's very old technology. It's not a new technology. Question is, if it is not a new technology, it's a decades old technology, like 30, 35 years away. Also, we were talking about cloud technology. Why are we talking about it right now? And we are considering as if it was something new and it is a transforming technology. The reason is not with the technology itself. The reason is the infrastructure which supports this technology. Right now, we all are using, right now you are using cloud computing in a certain way, and we will talk about how in a while. I'm presenting you with help of different platforms, with different tools which is available on cloud, which is working based on the cloud. So the same technology was available, but there was no infrastructure to support it to the best of ability. Right now, you are in an era of 4G and getting to enter into the era of 5G. Just imagine if we had 2G, or before that we had broadband, or we had just the, I'm not sure if you are a college student, you may not be aware how the initial internet connection used to look like in early 90s. But it was a pain area. Just to connect to internet, you have to spend a good 10-15 minutes sometimes, and the speed could be in kbps, and right now you are getting speed in like mbps, and soon we will move to the gbps. So this has changed a lot, and the reason is the way we define the cloud. Now, there is no absolute definition or undebated definition of cloud that one can say, but what I find is simpler to explain is, you call it cloud computing when you are accessing data or programs over internet instead of your computer's hard drive. Now, the moment I say this, let me also admit my statement here right now is incomplete, and in a certain sense, it can be inaccurate as well. It's not a complete thing, but to begin with, we can say that way. You may say that is a website hosted at a server somewhere. Is it like cloud computing because you are accessing that website through internet? So answer would be no. Maybe, may not be. Depends on whether it is actually in the cloud or not. So not everything that is coming via internet to you is cloud computing, but everything that is coming from cloud is definitely coming via internet. So that's how you have to see like what is a subset of what. Further, now when I say that it is a method of storing and accessing data, not just that, there are a lot more: accessing server, storage, databases, programs, computing, even for managing hardwares, networks, virtual networks, and other things that you can do with your local data center. If it is outsourced to a certain location which is physically away from the location of your business, of your use, managed in a certain way, that is where the cloud computing comes into picture. And there is a very, very typical reason how cloud computing can be segregated from different kind of technology which is accessed via internet. And the last thing, like, who is it for? The answer is for everybody. Whether you are aware or not, whether you feel you have used cloud technology or not, you have at least been a consumer of cloud computing. And we will talk about that, how we all are consumer of cloud computing at the moment, if not somebody who is building on it. So, all right. Before we move to those segments, let's think about the key players at this platform. And now this is again something evolving. What you see on the screen right now, there can be more players, and I will name a few, like AWS, IBM, Google Cloud Platform, Microsoft Azure. This four has definitely been the prominent service provider in terms of cloud computing. But at the beginning, they were not the one who were walking in this direction all the time. There were many more, many smaller firms who were more into cloud, VMware, DigitalOcean, and there are n numbers of. I've just taken these names so that we don't lose track that, okay, these are the only four service providers. The other two is just an example. There can be other 200 cloud service providers. One new name that you may hear very soon now is Alibaba Cloud Computing. They have the kind of brand they are in their segment. When they have came into cloud technology, they will definitely find its place. They are growing fast and can also be considered as one of the key players right now in 2020. All right, so what are the different kind of clouds? And you may have heard of these names. Now, again, these are the most basic, organic, and like the primitive type of cloud. Every day, people are coming up with new terminology to define the way cloud computing is being used. So the most primitive ones are like SaaS, which is also called software as a service. And we have PaaS, that is platform as a service, and IaaS, that is infrastructure as a service. So when it comes to SaaS, anything that you are using via internet as an application and you don't download it. Right now, if you are accessing our presentation, which is coming via YouTube, you may have downloaded the YouTube, or you may have just used the website. So either of the way, you are getting the same information. That means somewhere there's a server which is hosting your YouTube application, which is playing the video, which is making it live. It's allowing me to share my content right now with you while it is still live. So in real time, I'm able to use my application to share with you. This facility is coming via what we can call as software as a service. If you may remember back in like 10, 20 years, everything you have to download, install, and then you can use it. You were not using as much application over the web as you are using right now. I hardly believe if anybody have opened the calculator app on their devices for a while. Like, I'm not talking about the mobile device, but most of the time, like, I see that myself and people I know, they go to the browser, just type over there whether you want to know temperature, the weather of the day, or you want to know the time in a certain time zone, currency converter. Everything is available on the browser. You just type it. You don't even have to go to a site. Just go to the browser. It will detect. It will do the job for you. So this all has been possible because there are applications running over cloud which is accessible. And then coming to the platform as a service. So particularly this is aimed for developer. If you have to code something, you have to build something, you may like to use a platform where you can directly go and code rather than getting into the issues of installing and managing for yourself. So that is what cloud computing provides. Again, if you were 20 years back and you were trying to code, you must install and set up everything of your own before you even code your first line. But right now, it's not the case. You can directly go in Google. We have something called Google Colab. If you want to code in Python, directly go to the Google Colab, start typing your code. You don't have to install anything. You don't have to work on anything. Third comes, which is my favorite, and there are reasons why I call it favorite, and you don't have to call it your favorite, but I call it because I find that the cloud computing has taken its place because of IaaS, infrastructure as a service. SaaS and PaaS has definitely provided an advantage over what we were doing and how we were accessing information previously. But IaaS is the one which has actually transformed the company because it has brought investments. It has caused a lot of cost saving. That is a good revenue percentage of organizations. And that's why they were compelled to use cloud computing more than their own data center. Many organizations who happen to be retail store, e-commerce site, or other kind of businesses, they had to spend their 50 to 70% of resources just to maintain their IT. Now, IT was not their primary business, neither it was their primary skill. Their expertise was not in IT. They had to develop it because they can't go without it. And 30% time they were able to invest. When I say this 70-30, it can vary from person to person, but again, a general example I'm talking, they were not spending much time on their own business than on the IT. And that is where cloud computing came into picture, which said that you do your business well, your expertise and interest is in your business. Let us take care of the IT. So all the IT infrastructure and everything that comes in handy, and at a promising cost structure. Now, this is again debatable whether we call cloud computing cheaper than our in-premises operations, or it is same. I will say case-to-case basis, it may change, it may vary. And we will talk about those also in detail. All right. Other one is where you need to understand cloud computing is the deployment model. How do you deploy the cloud? You know the type of cloud by now, but how do you deploy it? There are many ways, and as I said, these are evolving. Somebody may come up with a new deployment model tomorrow and say this is the definition, or may define a certain way of deployment with a certain name. But again, these are the most primitive and like the original names, so we must talk about it. The concept of public cloud, private cloud, community cloud, and hybrid cloud. One example essentially which I generally gave, and there can be many such metaphor to correlate and understand this, but I will again take the same example, that is, let's compare this deployment model with our commute system. If you are in North America or even in any part of the world, you may know that you have a public transit system. What happens in a public transit system? You buy a ticket. This ticket allows you to go from point A to point B, or that ticket may allow you to commute within a certain time frame. Once you have that ticket, you can use as per the ticket policy. You don't have to worry about who is driving the vehicle. You don't have to worry about the maintenance of the vehicle, the fuel, or any cost or liability based on the type of vehicle that you're using. All you need to worry that, okay, you can get inside, you can use the resources, you can sit, you can stand, whatever you are allowed to do. And then once your time is over, or once you have reached your destination, you can come out. You don't own anything in that particular structure. The same applies on the public cloud.
Wima, we're getting a few more questions. By the way, can you make your screen full screen, because we still see the next slide as well as the current slide? Is there anything we can do there?
Just give me a second.
Also, we got a question
Thanks
from
for pointing out that.
Thank you for one of the audience members who brought it up. By the way, Sarvesh asks, is Firebase a platform as a service?
Let me share again because I want to put on my another screen.
Okay. By the way, if you have any questions, please put it on the chat. We're more than happy to answer a few because we are in a tight schedule today, but we'll find the time to get those answers. If not, join the discussion on Discord. We can always keep this conversation going beyond this session once we wrap it up. So if you haven't had the chance to join, the links and the links are in the description. And I'm seeing everybody's joining in and joining the conversation. And we have a few members who are somewhat veterans from our DSC community who's helping out as well. So let me add this presentation again. Okay, yeah. Wim, are you there?
Yeah, can you see my?
Yeah, now it's perfect. Now it's full screen. Oh, by the way, for some reason you're showing the closed captioning at the bottom too. You can cancel that.
Oh, this one. It's good.
Yeah, that's good. Actually, this is not bad. By the way, so you want to answer Sarvesh's question, Vimal? Is Firebase a platform as?
Yeah, go ahead, Matusha. I guess I lost your voice.
Is Firebase a platform as a service? Would you consider it to be a platform as a service?
Yes. Again, the idea here is we have to look from the usability. what are you? Is it a Firefox app that is on the cloud and you want to use it, or do you want to code on Firebase? If you are using Firebase for coding purpose, not as an application like Firebase, and this is not only about Firebase, any application which may come with multiple features, right? Firebase itself is an application and may come up with certain, like if you want to learn Firebase and you want to go to the help segment and you want to learn the detail, you are not coding anything, you are using Firebase as an application at this point of time. So you can call it as a SaaS from that perspective. But the moment you start using that Firebase platform for coding, you will call it a platform as a service. So it's the way we take it. Like ideally, it may look like, okay, it is just the platform as a service. And answer would be yes. If it is a theoretical question exam, probably you have to say it is platform as a service. But if we try to think from the conceptual basis, you can use it also as an application to learn it. You have the help segment in any app, that any platform, right? So that is how we should understand it. So one aspect would be to understand it theoretically, how do we call it? And the second one would be from the usability point of view, what are we calling it and why are we calling it? The idea is simple. Are you using an application, or are you using it for as an end user, or are you using it to build something? If you are using it to build something, you will call it a platform as a service. If you are using it to use it as an application, whatever purpose it could be for you, you can call it as an application. If I use Firebase on cloud for training video or something like that, I'm not using it for coding that point of time. I'm using it for the application. The usability here is application. So in that case, I can say in this scenario, this is a SaaS. I hope that answers a bit of it. Again, how do we define the different types of cloud computing and different categories? That is always debatable, and that's why it is evolving all the time. The idea is to understand the basic concept, that how we started creating different types, because we wanted to understand different cloud features and facilities. That was the idea. Now, the more feature you have, the more types we may get into. Somebody may also come up and say, okay, we have a hybrid type between SaaS and PaaS. That's quite possible. That is quite possible. So we have to understand the concept, and as to how we deal with it in theory, that will also evolve. Whatever is in your books, you can use it for now. Okay. So is there any other outstanding question, Madhusha, before we move further?
No, there's a discussion happening on Discord, so everybody else are welcome to join there. Back to you, Vimal. You good to continue.
All right. So further, I will move towards the deployment model. That is different deployment model that was termed in a certain way, and we were talking about public cloud, and we were trying to compare it with public transit system. So similar to public transit system, if you are using public cloud, basically you are paying money for a certain time or for a certain resources. You don't have to worry about anything, that is how it will be managed and all. It will be managed by the platform, by the cloud service provider itself. You will just use the service, and also that particular cloud will be shared by many folks. Just like your public transit, if you go there, your space is not your private space. It is shared by everybody. Now, coming to the private cloud, you can call it like your private own car. When you buy a car, you pay for it. You decide whether you yourself will drive or you will keep a driver, and you pay for the insurance. You pay for the maintenance. But at the same time, this is always available to you. It's always in your garage or in your parkway. So same in private cloud, dedicated space is allocated to you. Whether you use it or not, you are paying in full. It's generally costly, same like having a car may be costly, but you get all the benefits of something getting in private. Second, and the third one is like a community cloud. So this community cloud is more like how you can call like a carpooling. You don't want to travel in a public transit. At the same time, you find having a car is a costly affair for a day-to-day commute. So in that case, you may choose to something like a community cloud, where you want to share your space with trusted organizations or trusted people, Same way, in a carpooling, you are okay if your friend is sharing your car with you, but you're not okay if a stranger is sharing a car, or you're okay on a certain portfolio filtering that, okay, if somebody's working in the same office or on the same track, you do something about it, and you share the space, but not with everybody. You decide whom you will share the space with. Same applies to community cloud. So this is a deployment model, and we are trying to understand the concepts here. Now, coming to the hybrid cloud, it again depends on the larger organization, where certain data, particularly it is aimed towards the data. Certain data can be very crucial to them, that can be sensitive to them. It could be customers' personal data, phone numbers, addresses, their names, their health details, their legal details, and at no cost they want to share on a shared space. They don't want to use that. So they may try to go with a private cloud for those information, while there are a number of other business related, their marketing related information or operations, and they're okay with that. They don't have that much concerns around having the data that is that's shared with more folks. So they may choose both model. For certain operations, they may choose a private cloud. For certain operations, they may choose a public cloud or a community cloud. When we have a model like that, we call it a hybrid cloud. So now again, there are multiple models evolving every day, and they are defined as and when it falls into a certain segment of definition. All right. So now this screen primarily I have taken from I guess some learning portal. This screen is usually usually used by many of them. So it talks about multiple features that cloud platform has to offer. We will not go into detail of all of them, but a couple of them for this workshop I would definitely like to highlight. If you see this, like cost effectiveness, scalability, custom machine type, Internet of Things, big data, AI services, we will not talk about all of them, but we will definitely talk about highly scalable or the scalability. What does scalability means? And how does it comes as a feature in cloud computing? So you have to think from this perspective. Now, like if you are a business, think that you started an e-commerce business and you have a sale of say $100,000 every month, and it's usually same, but by end of the year, when it comes like Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Christmas, Easter, your sale spikes to 500,000 and usual. Now, what are you going to do during those time in order to manage that spike in your business? Are you going to buy new computers all the time? And if you buy new computers to manage your business for that short duration, what you will do after that short duration is over? That means in a typical business, at times when you have a spike in your business, you need to scale up. You need to make more, you need to procure more resources. And when that business comes back to normal, you have to get rid of it. That is one example. Second example is whatever IT resources that you purchase after a short period of time, and I'm specifically saying short period of time, it's gonna get obsolete. It needs an update on this. The technology is advancing so fast that you can't keep the same device for many years, right? Because if you do so, you are compromising with the efficiency that you may have, and that you don't want to do so. So this frequent change in the hardware or the software or the structure that you have could be a very costly affair. Not only costly, it could be very time-taking, and that may shift your focus from your own business to something very much specific to IT. So this is what brought the idea of easier scalability, and the scalability can be in the two ways. I have a computer, I want 5 more computer, I am scaling it horizontally. I'm scaling and if I have like one computer with 2 gig of RAM, I'm trying to make it like 16 gig of RAM by upgrading it. I'm scaling it vertically. So vertical scaling, horizontal scaling, scaling up, scaling down. These are the different concepts that you generally for defining this concept. But what is what the cloud platform has to offer? Now, what you see at your screen right now is just an example of few items in among hundreds of them. where primarily I don't want to talk about all of them. That will be covered in different sessions that we will have, but primarily the first one, compute engine and the app engine. Out of that, compute engine is primarily what we are going to do. So I just put it on the screen so that you get familiar with the term compute engine, and we will talk about it at a later point. Yes. Now I want your attention on this screen the moment, and I will spend some good 2 minutes just on this screen, because this is where we segregate between the idea of cloud computing and anything else coming via internet. You remember in the initial slides, we talked about cloud computing is about accessing information or processing or data storage networks via internet. And then I said, my definition is incomplete. And in many sense, it's also inaccurate. That's not the actual region. That's definitely one of the feature of cloud computing, that you access resources via internet, but that's not the actual region. Now, from this image that I have pulled from a portal called Fortune Data, I find it nice to elaborate here. So before we get into the concept of how cloud computing resources will work, let's focus on certain key terms like the local machine, remote machine, and virtual machine. Let's try to understand this concept. And many of you possibly already know it, but for those who don't, let's understand this. Right now, you all are using your device in front of you. I'm using the device, and I am having multiple devices at the moment to deliver this content to you today. My machine is in front of me. I can touch it, feel it, break it. I will not do it anyway, but I can do it. That happens to be my local machine. Now, you are using your machine at the moment. Your machine could be a mobile device, tab, a laptop, a desktop. You can have a setup with multiple screens at the moment, the way it was suggested. That is your local machine. You can touch it, feel it, do whatever you want to do it. It's in front of you. What you see in front of you is exactly what it is. Now, if I am able to access your machine right now remotely, and that can be pretty much done via many of the collaborating channels, your machine will become a remote machine for me. My machine is still staged as local machine for me. If you are able to access my laptop right now, and if I allow you that access, my laptop becomes a remote machine for you. So the difference between a local machine and remote machine is only the way it is being accessed. If you are accessing it physically, it is your local machine. If you are accessing it via network, it is a remote machine, but still it is the same thing. Whatever I see, if I see that your machine is having 6 GB of RAM, it will have 6 GB of RAM. There's no difference. The hardware is exact replica of what appears to me. So that is where the concept of remote machine comes. A remote machine, the details are also in remote machine is also accessed via internet, but it is not cloud computing. And when we talk about the virtual machine, there we will get the concept of cloud computing. Even in virtual machine, we will access a computer which is not physically available to us, and it may be like any other remote machine. At times, it may look like you are using a remote machine, but there's a difference. The difference is the actual hardware that you see in a virtual machine doesn't exist in the same way as it appears. The hardware is completely different at the back end. While in remote machine, hardware is same. What you see is exactly how the other machine would be there from the configuration point of view. But in virtual machine, the hardware will be different. And how different it is and how does it look like, we can see in the image here. In a normal computer, we have your hardware, then you have your OS on that, and then you have your app. Some of you may say, okay, we have shell and we have kernel and this, that. We will not go into that detail at the moment. But primarily, we have hardware, we have an operating system to make use of the hardware, and then we have an application installed on the operating system. That is the normal category of a computer that we have seen. Now, what happens in a cloud computing structure, we create something called virtual machine. Now, virtual machine, as the name suggests, is not something that actually exists. It just looks like that. It just looks like a local machine, just looks like a remote machine. It may just look like that, okay, there is a computer with a Windows installed on it, but actually it may not have the same thing at the back end. Now, what is there at the back end is also a huge aisles of storage, huge aisles of servers, huge networking done in between them, that happens to be the hardware platform. The storage could be in terabytes to petabytes of memory. The servers could be thousands and thousands of racks of computing resources, and they all network together in a certain way. They all are one single hardware. Now, there is the concept of hypervisor, which logically segregates them and will make it look like a computer. Now, since it is logically segregated, the moment we have any changes in needs, we can always change it because it's just a logical change. So this is the primary difference between a virtual machine, which is a machine which is hosted on a cloud computing, then a remote machine which is being also accessed via internet, but that's not a cloud computing, and that's a remote machine because it actually exists the way it looks like. When it comes to cloud computing, it's a very different hardware. It just logically, it appears to you that you are having your one computer or 10 computers and your network, everything is logically binded together. Since it is logical binding, it can be automatically and not automatically, it can be quickly changed into whatever way you want to see, because there is no physical changes needed most of the time. We will talk about this in more detail, but certainly wanted to spend some time here. This happens to be the base of today's workshop. The idea of this hypervisor, the virtual machine, will be the base of today's workshop, and we will talk about this again when we will get into the labs. All right. This was the image I used in a baseline infrastructure. Probably we'll talk about in more detail in the next event that is proposed, but I thought of bringing it to you, particularly on infrastructure.
Hey, Wimo. Very quickly, we're getting some questions on Discord. I'm going to take 30 seconds if you don't mind. Let me quickly share the screen. Okay, everybody who's joining the Discord channel. So this is, once you get joined to the Discord channel, you'll see the welcome page and then the rules page. At the bottom of the, sorry, let me get rid of this banner, by the way. Once you join the rules page, see that white check mark at the bottom? You need to hit that, then it'll unlock all the other channels. So once those other channels are unlocked, you're welcome to go to the bottom here. We have Cloud Study Jam chat happening. People are asking questions. Andrew is answering some of the questions. I'm jumping in as I see it. And then the other thing is you can go to stage 1. Now, if you go to stage 1, you can unmute at the bottom and say, hey, Andrew, you there? And then Andrew you can ask a question, an audio question to the moderators there, and you can get your question answered live. So we have all this set up. So make sure first go to once you get access to the server, check the rules. That'll unlock all the other channels, and you're good to go from there. Thank you, Wimo.
Pleasure, Madhusha, and thanks for clarifying that so that folks can ask their questions in a more organized way. All right. So we were talking about the mess that gets created when business has to forcefully look into IT when that is not their expertise, neither their interest. So this is what a local data center may look like. I'm not saying that necessarily all data center will look like this, but eventually when your focus is something different, your own business, this is how it may look like. Now, if you change that particular mess that you saw into a new strategy just by replacing things, it's not going to work. It's a change it's the mindset shift when we use cloud computing. It's the way we use the resources. So just by replacing component from this place, from our own data center to a cloud data center will not help. It has to be a complete change. So and that's what in this cartoon they're saying that, yeah, people may like the fluffier one, but will it help? No, it will not. It has to be very distinctly different than what current system looks like. How about this? This is one of the images from Google data center, where you can see thousands of servers, huge storage, all networked together, nice, tidy, and clean, well organized. Little chances of any mishappenings. I'm not saying it will have zero chances, because things may happen in technology in any place, but yeah, it's certainly better than what any individual can manage. And generally one question is pretty much asked whether Google data center or any other service provider data center, is that secure, is it the best? So the answer is neither it is 100% secure, nor it is one can say that it is best for any debate or so. But the question is, can an individual manage something like this, a data center like this of their own? If they feel they can manage something better or at least like this, they can go ahead and do their own thing. But if they feel that's their pain area, probably it should be given to the experts and who have the actual expertise in that. That is where I feel the cloud computing becomes more relevant, so that people can focus on their actual business area and shift the IT related pains and IT related stuff to folks who have the expertise in that. And the moment, of course, these are we have the service provider we all know, with it be AWS, Azure, Google, IBM, and the best part is these organizations nowadays are working in a more collaborative way than a competitive way. Anyway. All right. So another thing that you must keep in mind, and that is relevant to our today's session, is where these data centers are. When I say that in cloud computing you can access information over internet, and this information is residing over data center, where are they exactly? So there are multiple places throughout the globe where you have this. We call it the geographical identity of these locations are like region. They may be like US East, US Central, US West, then you have Europe, then you have Asia. So these are the geographical landmarks, and each region has many zones. In that zone, there can be one or many data center. So it's important to understand the concept of region, zone, and then data center. We will also talk about a little bit on the Google Cloud Storage. We will be not using all of it, but just to give you a context, we may have the standard storage where we use it for day-to-day business. Then the concept of nearline, which you want to use in less than a month, core line, less than a quarter, and then we have archive data that you want to use once around a year. So based on how much users you have, the idea of storing information is kept in a way, and that is according the cost of storing is defined. So just to give you a hint here around the different storage, we will not get into detail. Now there are different nitty-gritties, different detail of different multi-regional, regional, nearline, and core line. Since it will be on YouTube, you can always pause and you can have a deeper look into it. We will not talk about this in detail, but definitely want to show you to give an idea of what we have to learn on cloud platform. All right, so the first one that you see in this screen is about object storage that we will be using possibly today, and the rest of the other storage that you see will be discussed in other sessions that we will have in coming days. This is again the information right now that I'm sharing is just for your information. It's FYI, just to know that okay, you should be familiar with this term if you are willing to go and learn more on the cloud computing. Identity and access management is a very important area to learn, which basically talks about who can do what and on what resources, how it is defined. Now, in this term, there is something called primitive access, and there is called custom access. Primitive access is which comes by default. The names some of you may be familiar, like viewer, editor, honors. Those are primitive access. Then you may have custom defined, which we will talk further in detail. But it's important to be aware that identity and access management is an integral part of any cloud service provider or IT service platforms. So this is, I spoke briefly, the concept of honor, editor, and viewer. There can be some special role as well, like the billing administrator, or there can be many other primitive roles, which is like the special role. But here we are not talking about the custom role, which we will talk specifically where something like this, where you can see on the right side, if you see compute.network.insert, that is just specific access it is talking about, which is assigned to somebody. And similarly, you can see the list of the access one may have, and how on the left side you can see there is an organization, so somebody is the owner of it. Then there are two projects. That means there will be project level of access. They can be editors. Then there can be viewers for every project. So that is how the hierarchy of access management system will look like. It starts with the organization organization, then you have project, and then you have resources. That is how the hierarchy is there, and which translates into the left side where we talk about the actual level of access one may have. Another important segment where I guess cloud computing definitely focus is monitoring. Monitoring became a pain area. The more data we had, the more pain it caused to monitor it. You may have 10 different systems running together. They may have some alerts. They may have some spikes. They may have some symbols of like best help. They're all good. You want to monitor all of them, and it's really difficult to manage and see multiple screens. In many of the organizations, they started with all the big screens in their offices so that people can monitor them easily. But eventually, it came as like people started working towards making much better in terms of how our dashboards look like. The concept of dashboard started. Now just try to see how does this look like in the same screen. So getting more information in a single view is the objective of this monitoring services. When you see at one screen, you pretty much get the idea of how it will look like, how your entire application look like. Now, will this particular screen cover all the monitoring activities? Maybe not, but definitely takes away the pain of looking at 5 different computers. And it is evolving. People are coming with brilliant ideas how to see and infer things in a small space rather than having a look at all fine details. You want to see and know what actually is needed by you. These key terms, just to keep you informed that we may be using these terms in today's session and many of our forthcoming sessions. We will not go in detail, but you should be familiar by the terms virtual machine, VM, instance, image, node, server, virtual server, endpoints, cluster, node pools, container, pod, Dockers, build, pipeline. CTCI is continuous delivery, continuous integration. SLO, service level objective, service level agreement, service level indicators, latency, throughput, error, verbiage. A number of terms you will come across in today's session. The idea to put this on our presentation here is just to make you familiar that, okay, these are at least the term. You may be knowing about it, you may not be knowing about it, but at least you heard it once, so that when you hear it twice, you can correlate with things. Again, there are many more terms from technology point of view. You may be aware or may not, but when you are working on this platform, you must know about JSON, curl, YAML, Gcloud, SSH, BQ. We will not spend time now. This is just to give you a sense that what is coming in our labs today and forthcoming labs. Okay. One very important thing where I definitely want to draw your attention here is about how we will approach today's workshop. Generally, this is true, but in this model of delivery where it's virtual via, it may look like more of a one-way communication, but it is not. We have to show a collaborative approach. This works pretty well in our in-class session, where we all work towards a common objective. We all help each other. It's not like if somebody has an issue, if a nearby person has already done it, they can talk and they can actually sort out rather than waiting for the presenter, because in a classroom of 400 or 500 people or 200 people, you may not always help each one of them individually, but in a together collaborative approach, we are able to do so. In this structure where we are working right now, it may not be practically feasible, but as and when you feel that there is an opportunity, like if you find some information which is relevant to you, you can post in the chat channel so that other folks can also learn from that or understand from that. Yeah, that's what I said in the second point. And the third is generally how do we measure the success of the event is all participants should complete the lab or the workshop before the presenter, because the way this workshop is designed is more or less the self-paced study. You have your resources available that you will be given. You will have the platform where you need to work on. I will start with the walkthrough of how to use the platform. Once you know it, to be honest, you necessarily don't need me. You need me only at certain places where you may have some confusion, and I will try to cover them beforehand. But once you get a feel of it, you don't necessarily need me. You don't necessarily need to wait for me, because everything that you need to do and complete the workshop is available to you. That's available on the platform that we will share, which is primarily aimed to make it like a self-paced study. We are just here to facilitate, just in case here and there you need some additional information, you get into some issues, or at certain places where if it is not well defined, that we will do it from our end. But the idea is, and it happens most of the time, 60-70% of the folks who complete our workshop, they complete it before my presentation ends. And that is the beauty of this structure. It's not about me doing it. It's not a typical classroom where I can do some kind of lecture around the content and you learn from it. It's like we provide you certain guidelines, we show you a path, and when you understand this, you just run on it, you get it done at a much faster rate. I will still try to keep it balanced paced so that every audience can be addressed. If you feel comfortable, you can go ahead and do the labs that we will start in a while. Certificates and badges. We will not have certificates for this session in particular, but this is the badge that you are going to earn today. If you complete all the labs of the quest, this badge you can add on your LinkedIn. You can add it. You can boast about it. This will be your token of appreciation that you can take away. That is the primary takeaway which I look forward. And I hope by evening, most of you folks, I can see we are like more than 200 people right now, and we all would be able to complete it by evening today. This is a big wide list. You don't have to essentially look into the item that you see on the screen at the moment. Just to give you a view, once you will start learning cloud computing, what may be in your path based on your interest, skill, your career objective. This is where you may get into, and you may get to know what is available on cloud platform, what to learn, what not to learn, what to prioritize. You can see from that perspective. If needed, I can share that generally this information is in our meetup. We put it in there, but even through different channels, the team here with DSC, they can share with you at a later point of time. This is not very important for today's workshop, but just to give you a view, the wider view, that what Google has to present in terms of cloud learning on their side. All right, so we have to begin from here, and we will start with spending some time onboarding you. So you can see I have a short URL where I have given a step-by-step with a screenshot, a guide for you to apply the code, which will give you an access to the platform. So we'll take a pause of like 5 to 7 minutes or maybe 10 minutes so that you are able to apply it. And I have again given this QR code for the meetup group. If you are there, some of the resources can be shared because I will be pasting that there as well. You will get this link even from the team who is interacting to you at the moment. Yes, so what I will advise you to use this code and begin with it. I will take a pause of like 10 minutes because I definitely want you to give time. It will take you some 5-7 minutes to onboard you, apply the code. And I have tried to make this as descriptive as possible. So yes, I will give it back to Madhusha if he has to add something on it, because I plan to start the workshop segment in another 10 minutes.
Vimal, what's the code again? What's this going to take?
It will be a step-by-step guide. If folks have not yet applied their code, this will be a step-by-step guide where I have given a screenshots. It's already there with us. It will lead them like exactly what is the first point they want to start. Let me open it on my screen as
well. By the way, this is taking them to your meetup group.
No. This is the QR code, right? But on meetup group, this code they can find themselves. Let me post it privately to you so that you can share to the team. And yeah, I will.
Gaurav, yes, you're gonna get some credits on Qwiklabs. We're gonna put that code up soon. And yeah, Shrey, yes. We're going to share the code. It's pinned to the channel, the Cloud Study Jams channel on Discord. You can use that as well. Back to you, Vimal.
All right. So as I said, yeah.
Oh, you mean the tiny URL link? Okay.
Yes,
Because
yes,
I was
correct.
scanning
I've
that.
shared with you as well, and I will put it on the meetup group also,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
that
So
folks,
let me share
folks
this with the. Let me share
have,
this with the rest of the group.
yeah. So this has the like a step-by-step process how to apply the code, though it is like straightforward, but still some of the folks may find it useful.
I just shared it with the chat. And if any of you want to take a quick bio break, you're welcome to do that. And in the meantime, let me switch back to our Discord server. As you can see, the discussion is happening. People asking questions. There's others jumping in and answering. I did just share that link again internally as well. Plus, Ram just joined our conversation, and I think he's in Q&A lobby 1 or stage 1 somewhere there. And the beauty about these channels are these are voice channels. You can share your screen if you run into any issues, and it's faster than typing your question in, and somebody will jump in and answer the questions that you have. Steph, we don't have a. Sorry, that's not the question. First of all, this one, yeah. We don't have a WhatsApp group. We only have a Discord group. You can find the Discord link in the YouTube description, or if you're joining from Facebook, it's also in the Facebook description. And okay, so the code that we're going to talk about is Vimal is going to show that's to get you access to Qwiklabs, and it's going to unlock some credits for you because Qwiklabs is not free. But with the code, it'll unlock some of those credits for you, so you can start using it and going through the labs. You just tuned in, Sachin. Yeah, we're going to be doing the GCP fundamentals today. And then in a few weeks, we're going to do the baseline infrastructure. So that's what's going to be unlocked today. Okay, Steph. So what's the Discord for? Discord is going to help you collaborate with fellow students who are learning this content. So make sure to tune in. And if you have any questions, you can ask the community either via voice, video, or chat. The Discord link, Cloud, is in the description of the YouTube if you are already there, or if not, on Facebook as well, if you're joining in from Facebook. Those are the only questions we have in a logistical wise. Anybody who just joined in and anybody who just clicked the link to join our Discord server, make sure to click that check mark at the bottom of the rules channel. Otherwise, you don't get access to the rest of the channels. Give it a read for the server rules because we want you to follow the code of conduct. We want you to be respectful for the others who are in the community and agree to those terms before joining the chat. Vimal, back to you.
Okay, so I will still like to allow them some time to get a circle.
Would you mind presenting this code?
Yeah, I will be doing it, but since the participant focus would be on the document because it has all the screenshot, they would be in the middle of doing things. So I want to allow them this another 5 minutes while they do it, and when I will start, I will anyway start with it. But
okay,
because when I will start, I will have my own pace, and then I have to get into the lab, right? Beforehand, I want to give them like the document already has. Let me show how it looks like.
As you can see, Vimal is using PowerPoint, which is okay.
Yeah, because I had in my saved in my desktop. Yeah. All right. So this is pretty much the steps which needs to be followed
Vimal,
in one page.
do you want to zoom in a little bit if you can?
Yeah, sure. Hopefully.
Oh, this is awesome. So we already see 59 people on the document. They're going through it step by step. Don't worry, we're gonna also Vimal is gonna walk you through it on screen as well. So
yeah. So this is certainly a pain area where we how to apply code successfully. At times we get issues in this. I have given every possible screens that you will come across. Like firstly, okay, let me anyway walk it through, and if needed, we'll repeat it again for a while. But once everybody has a code, it will be easier for us to proceed seamlessly. So you must open your window in the incognito mode for a region that it doesn't conflict with any of your cache or firewall. Firewall will anyway conflict if needed, but yeah, it's suggested to start with incognito mode. When you will open the link which is provided here, that Qwiklabs Cloud Stage Jam 2020, you come to a page like this where you can scroll below and you will find GCP Essentials at this part. You have to click on enroll, and then it will ask for the code. So when it asks for the code, you will provide the code, not what is on the screenshot. It is an old code. The code which is valid for this event and will expire today itself. So that means you have to apply the code just today. After this screen, when you click on I'm not a robot and submit it, you will come to the actual quest screen, which is Google Cloud Essentials. That is what we are going to cover today. You will need to click on enroll, join to enroll in this quest, and then it will ask you to log in. I assume you all have the Gmail ID. You can use that Gmail ID to log in to Qwiklabs. If you don't have one, you will need to register. And like any other web portal, you can register by providing your details, which is here. But if you have a Gmail, I will recommend you to log in with Gmail. It will be easier, not only now, like in future.
So very quickly, by the way, you mentioned something very important. Open this on incognito.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's not mandatory, but highly recommended to avoid any issues, because you may have a session open, Google session open somewhere. We don't want to conflict with any other session. It has to be specific for this workshop. Yeah, so the moment you enroll in that, you come to this page, you go to the profile segment here, and you are supposed to see some credits here. You will not see a monthly subscription yet. It takes time to apply. It doesn't happen automatically. You first get some few credits. It could be 5 credits or 9 credits or 7, whatever it is. As long as you see some credits here, you're good to go. Then you go to the first lab. When I will start with the labs, when you go to the first lab, when you start it, when you spend some time on this or you complete this lab, that is where the monthly subscription get added, and you'll be able to see here. But as long as you see some credit, you should be good, because you will be able to move forward. Yeah, so that's what I've said here. After spending some time, 5 minutes to 30 minutes prox, monthly subscription applies. But if you don't see anything here, like if you don't see any credits here, that means you will have difficulty doing all the labs. You can still do first lab because that is for free, but for the next lab, it will need some credit points. And before that, you must apply the code. So the recommendation is that you can always unsubscribe and subscribe again while you try. At times, you have seen that this 2021 link did not help to apply the code, but the older one, the 2019 one link actually worked out. So you can try that also. If none of this works, you have a chat option with Qwiklabs itself. You can put your name, your email ID. You can use Qwiklabs General, and you can tell them that you are facing difficulty applying the monthly subscription code. You can tell them that you are attending this workshop and you were given this code which is not working. They will help you out. They will let you know exactly what could be the problem. So this is a direct chat support, so you can take advantage of that. Right.
Ram, you're in the back end too, Ram, if you want to chime in.
So with this, let's give a couple of more minutes before we ask our participants whether they were able to apply a code, how many of them were able to, so that we get a fair idea when to start with the labs. So let me mute for 2 minutes and wait for the next announcement.
If you were all able to get through to open that GCP quest, give it a thumbs up on the chat or on Discord, and then I'll get Vimal to run it through one more time. Thumbs up, thumbs down, having issues. Just make sure to put your questions in so we know where you're getting stuck so we can get you the help you need. Okay, we're getting some thumbs up. Is the code working for some of you? Or is not working for some of you? Are you still confused as to why we're doing this? Simar is saying, I'm getting an error for the first lab. It says you don't have sufficient access from permission. Simar, did you open this in incognito? Is it a separate setup that you created? Okay, somebody's asking, should we start a tour of Qwiklabs? Vimal, what do you think? Should they start a tour of Qwiklabs, or is that necessary right now?
No, I would suggest not now. They can just browse through the information that they see. That's fine. So that we are not at this point. I don't want people to be at different space while we are beginning it. Eventually, yeah. Once you understand the structure, I'm more than happy if you want to proceed further. But at this point, let's all start together.
Okay, so no need to go through the tour. Because you'll get a good understanding as you go through this. Sima, what I'd recommend you do is go to Q&A lobby or stage 1 and then unmute yourself and then mention to everybody that you're having an issue, and one of our tutors would be able to help out. And you'll also have the option to share your screen so we can pinpoint exactly what the issue is, and then they'll be able to guide you through that.
All right, so I'm gonna grab a water and a tea in another 2 minutes, and we'll start in another 2 or 3 minutes, and we will directly go to the labs, and I will start with that. All right, so I will be not at my desk for next 2 minutes.
So for those who are just tuning in, and if you can't find the code, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show it on the video. So Qwiklabs code is 1S-North America-1246. And then, and if you're still having issues, make sure to join us on our Discord channel, and we have the discussion happening there. We're trying to do a lot of support work as well. So, and I'm going to mute myself on Discord, so I'm not going to interrupt any of you. By the way, if you're still having questions, make sure to put on the comment section on the chat section here on the right of YouTube, or on Discord as well. I'm happy to help out, try to figure out what these issues are. Ms. Z, you're welcome to start the lab. That way you'll get a head start. That's not an issue. But if you get stuck, then we'll be able to guide you through as well. Yeah, if you're already there, get it started. That's not an issue. Steph, I'm not sure what you mean by this. if you're trying to relate to this as how it's going to relate to your education, this is going to be a hands-on experience, giving you an instance into Google Cloud. So when you're ready to build your applications and launch them, you already have some understanding as to how to navigate the platform. So, for example, the reason we are doing this fundamental session and baseline infrastructure is later down the road. I know Aditya is on our channel here too. We're working on other series, so we're going to do a machine learning series. We're going to do other Kubernetes on this. But to do those sessions and do introductions to those technologies, you need to have a good understanding as to what GCP is. So that's why we're trying to cover this fundamental session. So you'll have enough experience when you want to do machine learning on Google Cloud, understand or learn Kubernetes and even other things on Google Cloud. So keep that in mind. Aditya, how are we doing with the rest of the community? Okay, so while we wait for everybody to catch up and Vimal to jump back in,
All right, I'm back, Mudisha. So I hope most of the folks should have applied the code.
yeah, so Vimal, we got a question. So thank you for that question, Aditya. So some of them are concerned about the amount of credits that have been unlocked. So it's 5 credits that have been unlocked. As they go through, it's going to unlock more, correct?
Yes, and that is what I have provided on the document as well, that at the beginning when you start, you get 5 credits, sometimes 7, 9, depending on the quest we are taking. For GCP Essentials, it will be primarily 5 credits. But when you spend your time in the first lab, you do it, or even if you spend some considerable time, they know you are serious about completing it, and they give you a monthly subscription. So the region is, again, this is the, I guess I have not said this. What we are going to use today is the actual cloud platform. It's not an emulator. It's not a dummy cloud platform where you get something similar to cloud. It's the actual Google Cloud platform, and it costs a lot of money to provide such resources. Now, what Google or anybody would like to have the best use of those resources, not to be wasted by allocating it to a certain segment. So that's why initially they used to give this subscription directly, but eventually it appeared that not many folks are applying or completing it. So if you're not completing it, they're just your 5 credits. So the allocated resource is utilized by folks who are actually using it. That is the purpose why it has been done that way.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so the thing is, let's say you finish this quest today, and then the more, let's say you do a quick search on Qwiklabs and you find things that you want to learn, you can keep doing it, and it keeps unlocking more credits as you go through. So so keep that in mind. Vimal, I'm going to let you take over from here.
Yeah, sure. And
if you have any questions, the audience, if you have any questions, put it on the chat on YouTube, and we are on Discord as well. So happy to help.
All right. And yeah, while I will be with the labs, I may not have a traction on most of the question that will be hanging around. And of course, Mudisha will remind me if there is some burning question over there or some issues. But eventually, I will go through all the chat messages later on, and I will try to reply if there is a good answer for that. So if any question that you ask will be taken care of sooner or later. So don't. I mean, feel free to ask questions, whatever channel you have been given. If for any reason, if I'm not able to answer it now, or the team is not able to answer now because the volume of the question or the agenda of the day, we will still try to take it up. We will still try to make sure that we all know about what has been asked. All right, so it's 12:30 EST at the moment, and that gives us like almost 2.5 hours as per the scheduled agenda, where I will walk you through the different labs. You may take your time to complete it. It would be great if you complete almost by the end of the session or before that, but it is still okay if you complete it by today. Generally, we target that all participants should complete on the same day. It's pretty much doable. I don't see any reason why you won't be able to complete it. In terms of building your understanding, you may need to do it again and again. I did come across some question around how it will help in their studies or whatever way. So for that, like there can be a number of answers based on what study you are doing, what your objectives are. But one thing that is in common is that if you have heard about cloud computing, if you don't know about it, at some point you have to start knowing it. Even if you have to take a decision whether you want to learn cloud computing or not, you have to start at some point. This could be one of the good time to. This could be one of the nice workshop where you can at least take a decision whether you want to learn cloud computing in future or not. To get familiar with this platform, for those who are already familiar, maybe you may be familiar with AWS or Azure. You know about it. You have an opportunity to get into the first-hand experience with the Google Cloud Computing, how the interface looks like. All right, so let me proceed further. And as I said, most of you would have used this cloud computing, this URL that is on your screen right now. And as I said, if you scroll down, that is where you have to enroll. Now you provide your code here. Say you are not a robot. And then you click on join to enroll on the quest. Now I will not fill it because I have a Google account and that is what I want to use it.
Did everybody manage to follow that?
Yeah, but for me, it will directly say quest complete because I have completed it a number of times. So that is how it will appear. But for you, it may come faded. And for you, you have to go there and you have to see, like it shows me monthly subscription because I already have it. One another way to check when you are getting issues here at this point, you can see at this point, it says one is North America -1246, which is actually a code, which also says that I have applied the code here. Idea is at this place, at least you should see five credits. The moment you have 5 credits, you are good to start with the lab. If you don't see it, you have to work it out with the chat support or the description that is already provided, or get help from whatever different channels that have been suggested to you. However, when we will start with the first lab, this is free. It won't charge you anything. It doesn't need any credit. So at least for the next 20 minutes, you are okay. Even if you don't have a code over there, you can still stay with me. And when I will give time to complete this, at that point, you can also see, you can resolve your credit-related issues. All right. So
okay, very quickly, Vimal. Question to the audience: did everybody manage to get to this stage, to this page, without any issues? Please, if you have questions, put it on the chat. We're also on Discord trying to troubleshoot anything. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, let's go. Let's keep continuing.
Yeah, just to tell at this point, because after this we are kind of starting in the labs, and everybody may get into different pace and different labs eventually. Just in case, if any of you has not been able to apply the code at all, it didn't work, whatever you tried didn't work, still it is okay, because you can then listen to the presentation, you can get a sense of it, and then after the session is over, you can try working towards your getting the code, and then once you have the access, you can actually do the labs. Because the session is anyway getting recorded, you can always revert back and get to see what has been explained. Apart from that, you can always ask that question. So even if you do not get your code applied, that should not be a showstopper. Do not worry much about it. That is just a small inconvenience that you won't be proceeding as your other participant. but you will still be able to do it. You will still be able to complete everything that we have planned for the day. All right, having said that, this is how Google Learning Platform has been defined. So Qwiklabs is one of the subsidiary of Google itself, which has designed this structure to learn cloud computing. Now, there are a lot of areas, a lot of tracks to learn here. So what they have done is they have created certain labs. Each lab does certain activity or ask you to do certain activity. They have given you complete study material in this regard, including all the code that will be used, all the instructions, sometimes screenshots, everything possible, and they have kind of provided. And then you do that. And the set of these labs is something combined together in terms of like a workshop, or they also call it like a quest. So in Qwiklabs term, they call it a quest. This quest has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, it has 6 labs. 2 of them are like optional. So, but I would suggest as part of this presentation, I may take up one of them. But when you do it again, and you also do the other one, so that you get a broader understanding of, of things. So these are the different labs, which is part of the Google Cloud Essentials. As the name suggests, this is one of the important quest to begin with, to get the feel of the Google Cloud Platform. A good point to start learning, because it covers most of the basic stuff. Okay, so the first lab basically talks about the Qwiklabs itself, how this structure will be used, and how the Google Cloud Platform looks like. So we will get into it. At the moment, you don't have to start yourself, because in that case, you will have to read everything. I will anyway recommend you to read all of it, but not necessarily today. Once this session is started, whether you complete the quest successfully or not, I will recommend you to read each line of it, so that you get all the detail that has been provided. I will just highlight on the most important one, which is definitely needed in order to build up your understanding. So the moment we go to the first lab, you can see we have a button called Start Lab, and we have a timer button here. And then we have, we can have pretty much, sometimes you can see something like a score at this point. In this lab, we don't have a score. That means we are not being marked here. Or it may start when we start the lab. It may start with it. The moment you see something here, which will talk about a score, you can understand that your lab will be evaluated, and you have to score certain number. It's not certain number. It's 100 out of 100. That is what you need to score in order to complete the lab. Now, how you will get that 100 out of 100? While you do this lab, at times you will be asked some questions, or at times you will be asked like, okay, like here, you have a question. So based on the answer you submit, you will get a score added. The moment you have like all of them right, then you are able to like complete it successfully. So, and what you see here is all the study material, all the instruction guide. This is pretty much in detail. Literally, if you read all of them, you will hardly need anybody to walk you through, anybody like me to tell you all those things. My job is to just make your learning faster. It's not like if I'm not presenting, if you have only access to this, still you can complete all of it. There is no question about it. But since I have done it, I am familiar with it more, I can walk you through, and it can save your time. That's the only objective possibly we are meeting. And at certain times, we may have certain questions that we can address, which is not here. But pretty much, this is self-sufficient, and you can take it forward from your own as well. All right. So it talks about the Google Cloud. It talks about the Cloud Console. And I will not do the reading part. This is up to you to do it. I will only focus on the area which is important. And it talks about how the Qwiklabs will work. I have already told you about the Start Lab. The button earlier used to be at this place. You have this older screenshot, and it says like how many credits it will use. This one is free, no credits used. And the moment you click on it, it will start a timer. And there can be a score here. That score is like out of what you are getting. So this is to understand how Qwiklabs works. Start button, credit, time, score. Then you have to purchase credit, but you don't have to do it now because you have been given this credit already by Google. So you don't have to purchase credit at the moment. If you are just a user and don't have the coupon code that is provided to you, you will need to buy it. Yeah, and then when you start the lab, that time it will ask you. However, in this lab, it won't ask because it is for free. But in other labs, when you go, it will ask you to use subscription, to use the credit card like this one. Use the credit, so you will say launch with 1 credit. And the moment you have your monthly subscription, it will say use subscription. And I'll show you how. And then you have these questions here, and which you have to answer. Based on the answers that you have given, you will be marked and you will be able to complete it. All right. So let me put on start lab, and it says not a robot. Okay. So for me, it says sorry, your quota has been exceeded for this lab because I've done it dozens of times, and that's why it doesn't allow me. So what I will do is let me log into with a different ID where I can use this again. Let me sign out. All right. So last time when I show you the direct link and choose it from there. But if you are directly on, once you are already onboarded, here also I have monthly subscription. If you are directly onboarded, you can always type Google Cloud and see I'm typing the spelling of Google wrong. Since I know what lab I'm gonna do, this is what it will fetch me. And here, so in this one, I have not completed it all. I have completed few of them using this ID. So that's why it still shows me faded. And any point of time, I can enroll from the quest, which I have already enrolled. For you also, while the process of applying the code was there, you were enrolled. You should have enrolled. And then you come to the lab section. When you start the lab, click on I'm not robot. So the moment it appears, you can see here you have your username, password, and GCP project ID. Now, these are the 3 important things which is provided to you. Basically, if you go straight forward to a Google Cloud platform, it will be completely empty. There will be nothing on it. In order to do something on it, you need to build it from scratch. Like a cloud account needs to have an organization listed. You need to have a project on that defined, and then you can work on the project. So this thing has been taken care by the Qwiklabs itself. It has already been provisioned. So in order to go to the Google Cloud account, you have your username and password. So you will be using this username and password to go to the Google Cloud platform. And the method to go to the Google Cloud platform is open Google Console. You will not use your personal account, because if you use your personal account, the first thing, if it is added to a credit card, every cloud activity that we do is chargeable, and that's why you should not use your personal account. Even by mistake, if you have your credit card added to it, there are chances in a certain situation it may charge you, and you don't want that to happen. That's why do not use your Google account to log into the Google Cloud platform. Use this temporary ID and password that has been provided. You will not be charged. This has already been provisioned with the Cloud Access, and this will be your project ID. So let me open this. So when I go to the Cloud Console, it again asks me choose an account to log in. Every time that you go, you will use another account, and you will use this particular username, which is a temporary username, and the life of this particular user ID is what timer shows you. Like in 45 minutes, now it is 43 minutes left. This user account will be deactivated. So the purpose of this user ID is only allow you and give you a window to Cloud Platform and use it for your purpose as per the instruction here, and then you can come back to it. So when you open to the Google Console, do not use your personal ID. And you can use this button to copy it so that it doesn't copy any extra spaces or anything other than what you wanted to copy, or it doesn't misses something out. This is the best way to copy it accurately. You click on this and you can use your ID like this, which is a temporary account, a student account given to you for learning purpose. Same applies to the password. Confirm. You don't have to update your primary phone number or anything else. This is a temporary account. I have a habit of pulling it out in a different window so that I can toggle between my screens with Alt tab. That I'm pretty comfortable with that. I don't want to go to the different tabs by using my mouse. Like, it's up to you how you want to do this. You have to read all the terms and conditions by Google. Try to read it in 5 seconds and agree and continue. What you see on the screen right now, this is your Google platform. This is the actual Google platform. Everything that any organization may have and their machine using GCP is exactly what you see right now. In this UI, user interface of the cloud platform, on the left side, you have navigation menu. It lists everything that Google has to offer. And remember one of the last slides that I showed while the presentation, it had like hundreds and hundreds of different items listed that you can do on Google Cloud. Those all can be done here. You have this main menu on the navigation, and then you have sub menu. So all these things are available based on what you need to do. You will be using this. And this is your dashboard where you can configure what you want to see when you log into the first screen, what you don't want to see. You can always configure this part. This is your navigation menu. Another important thing that you need to know is Cloud Shell. Many of you may know you can do your activities using an interface, and the same activity can also be done through a command line. Sometimes you call it command prompt or command line, CLI. This is your Cloud Shell, which is nothing but your command line interface, and you say continue. So if you have run a command, or if you have to execute an action, you can use this platform by running the direct command. But most of the things that you can run from here can also be done from the interface by choosing the option. So they are both are different ways to perform the activities on the Google Cloud. And based on your needs, based on certain scenario, you will choose whether you want to use Cloud Console or you want to use interface. We will talk about that also, in which scenario we will use Cloud Console mostly, and which scenario we will use the interface. There's another feature here that is this button, which will take it to the new window, because I really don't like working on a very small window and half part is unutilized. Rather, I will take it to the new window. It will connect again. And what you see on my screen right now here is the starting point where you can start working. And these two coming in yellow at the moment, which is nothing but our project ID, and the same you can see ending with 9041, ending with 9041, 9041. This shows it is healthy to me. Sometimes if you see it is not corrected properly, then it will come in white or some faded or grayed out. Whatever is the look.
Vimal, can you maximize your screen?
Okay.
The fonts are too small for anybody to.
Okay, yeah. So that's a good question here, because it allows me to tell you how you can increase the font size. Though it was to be covered in one of our lab itself, but I will show it now. You have a setting button at the top. You can see a symbol here, setting. Click on this, and from here, I can select a select size. Say, for example, let me say medium. And is it better, or shall we have it more?
Go for larger, please.
Okay, let me go larger. Yeah, like this. I guess this should be fine.
Yep, this is readable.
All right. So another option which I will tell you now itself. However, I had planned to show it in a latter part, but let me show it to you. There's also called show scroll bar. So with this, you would be able to scroll it and scroll down in case your screen gets full. Right now, our screen is not full, so there's no point of scrolling up and down. But this is another important feature I like for convenience of working. And we will need this in some part of the labs today. So this was pretty much about the cloud console. How does it look like? What we will do on this? We will execute our commands. We will work on the interface here. And what we will do is exactly in our Qwiklabs study material, like this part. So right now, if I try to go and see further, like these are all the information that we have discussed pretty much in brief. And if you go here, like the kind of question it is asking to test our understanding is, what builds a temporary environment in Google Cloud? Credit, score, start lab, and time. Basically, when I click on the start lab that was green earlier, that is the time when your temporary environment was built. And you got your project ID, you got your username, you got your password. So this is the time when it happens, when you click on the start lab. That starts the provisioning. At times in this lab is simple, so it happens just the real time. At times it may take a couple of minutes to provision the resources while it is building up the environment. So the answer would be a start lab. So when you click on this, you get a green mark which says it is correct, and you can proceed further unless you get all the answers right that will be asked here. Your lab will not be completed. Once the timer reaches 0, will you lose access to your temporary Google Cloud environment? Yes. Right now, I have 36 minutes left, but the moment it will come to 0, whatever work I'm doing, all the activities that is being done on the Cloud Console or Cloud Shell, everything will be lost because it's all linked to the username, which is a temporary ID, and temporary window for the cloud platform. So that will be left. That will be lost. You will lose access to that connection. It's true. Some labs have tracking which scores the completion of the labs. Yes, I told you right. At this place, you will see a score in some of the lab. This lab is not being marked by the score, but still may mark based on the completion of this portion. So this is true. So that is how you have to answer all this question. Primarily, you would be able to answer all of them once you understand it. Even if you find difficulty in answering any of them, once you read through all of it, you will be able to do so because all information that is being asked is already answered in the description. In order to receive completion credit of the lab, of a lab that has tracking, you must complete the required hands-on lab activities. Yes, true, because based on that only you have your tracking which is building up, and you are able to complete it. We talked about accessing the Cloud Console. We talked about the username, password, and GCP ID. I already told about those things. Open the Google Console. We had opened it. The project ID is something like this. This is our project ID here. We have seen this. The sign in, terms and condition. This all already we did. And this was the console that we already had a look at right now. This console, which is our pretty much our dashboard, which we spoke about. What field is not found in the left panel? Now, this is your left panel. Which field? We can pretty much see what is not found. Open Google Console. It is already there. System admin. We don't see it here. Password. It's here. Project ID here. So basically, it's making you familiar with the Qwiklabs platform. And what we can see is we don't have anything like system admin here. We don't have anything like system admin. We have a username, password, GCP ID, and open Google Console. You submit it. It goes like this. The username on the left panel. Yeah, there's a question.
Yeah. So Rahul asked, what is project ID for?
Okay. So just to let you know, as I told, right, when we have a new cloud platform available to us, even before we start working on it, we have to define the organization for which the cloud platform is there. So you will take the account and it will be linked to the organization. That organization may have one or more than one project. Every project will have a project ID, and all resources will be linked to the project ID that is needed, and that will work out. So this is the hierarchical level how a Google Cloud Platform organizes its resources. So a project, any resources must be linked to a project ID so that it can be worked on. So even while training, we need to have a project ID so that you can work on the resources. If you care about the actual organization,
Let me also give you guys an example so you can easily connect it, right? So at this point, Vimal is starting a lab, which is pretty much the same lab that every one of you as participants are starting. And you will note that each of you would have a unique project ID. The reason why it's unique is in case if there is a problem with a particular lab that you guys are doing, with that particular student ID, which is a username that's given to you, it's a temporary student ID that's given to you. The username is temporary. The project ID is unique. So the next time somebody else is using, they might get the same username, but the project ID might be different because it's always the project ID is supposed to be unique. If there's ever a problem with this particular lab, you can easily connect to Qwiklabs or even Google Cloud and say, this is my unique project ID and this is the student ID username I used on this particular date. They will be easily be able to track or look at the logs of this particular project. So it's kind of like a unique identifier. Just like how your usernames are, you might have one or more projects within your own organization. So you need a unique identifier to be assigned to a particular project so that you can sometimes share resources between projects as well.
Thank you, Ram. Thanks for that explanation. And for participants who don't know, the voice you heard right now was from Ram Kumar, who is the organizer of GD Cloud Toronto. He happened to join a bit late, so we couldn't introduce him earlier. But since he had joined, he would also be assisting us at different point when we have a question or we want more clarity, or probably he may take up some labs as well. So yes. So thank you, Ram, for additional detail on that.
Thanks, Vimal.
Coming back to our question here, and again, my idea is not to tell you what is the answer of what. My idea is to tell you that how you will traverse through this lab and how you will answer it, right? So now for this one in particular, okay, I guess the YouTube is not, there's a delay of like a couple of seconds, so I will not ask live question at this point. Otherwise, usually we ask this question to the audience and they can answer us on the chat, and based on that, we make it more engaging. Yeah. So the username on the left panel, which resembles this, is a cloud IAM identity. Now, you remember we spoke about IAM, identity and access management, in our presentation, where we spoke about organization level access, then we had the project level, and then we had the resources. So pretty much this is a resource created under this particular project, which is linked to the organization. And that is part of the IAM identity, because this resource will have certain access, may do certain thing, may not do certain thing. So whatever access has been given as part of the lab or will be given as part of the other labs in this quest is part of the IAM access identity. So it's true. So similarly, when you go further, it will be asking you questions around organizing entity for anything you build on the Google Cloud. What is the organizing entity? And right now you can correlate directly with what Ram explained to you, that we have the project which organizes all the resources. Everything that we work here has to be linked to some name, so that there has to be resource allocation. Plus, if you have to find the piece of work, you would know, because there can be multiple works happening at the same time in an organization. So, and there can be a duplicate names, duplicate resource users. So you need to organize that work, and that is where the project comes into picture. So in this one, a Google Cloud storage bucket, we have not spoken about it in lab at the moment. Google Cloud project is exactly what it refers to. This is what is the organizing entity. Username is not an organizing entity. It's part of the organizing entity. Username is one of the resources of the cloud project. So this will be your correct answer. Qwiklabs resources is shared only with Qwiklabs users, means you won't be able to delete or modify it. So when the provisioning happens, when the project ID is given, you are given certain resources. You can't alter those resources as part of the learning. If you were working the actual project and actual environment, you may have that access. If you were editor or an owner, you can do so. But in this structure, in Qwiklabs resources, you cannot do it. Qwiklabs is providing you all these resources for training purpose. You can only use it as per the guidelines. So that's true. Qwiklabs resources is the project where you run all your all of your lab steps. Now this question can be tricky, because you may feel that everything that is being provided here, for everything that your lab will have, Qwiklabs resource, I mean, it has to come from this place. It's not necessary. You may have to work into different third-party portals or use it as part of the lab, which may not be part of the Qwiklab resources. That's quite possible. It will depend on lab to lab. So this one would be false. Because this is generally tricky, because you may feel it may sound contradictory to some of the places here that this provides all the resources. That's true. Everything that is needed on the Google platform, that is being provided by this project ID, but there can be certain activities which can be outside Qwiklab domain also. All right. So I guess by now you must have got a feel of it, what it means to be, and you can answer all this question, and we can take up these answers in our different platforms as well. I will not spend more time talking about these questions and answers. This pretty much self-explanatory and self-understood. In case you have any doubt, you can always post it, and you will be able to answer them. If not, we would definitely assist you. So it's just a matter of, I'm not answering all of them, so that you try to think on those questions when it comes across. It's pretty much simple, and it's already there. So I'm ending my lab here right now. And at this point, I will definitely folks to tell on the chat or channels if any of you have completed it. Though I asked you not to start with it, but I give you you have already understood most of it, right? So you can directly jump on the question. If you don't find an answer, you can scroll up and you can see if there's a detail, or you can put on the chat. So you can spend some time on this lab now. You can click on a start button. I will end it now. And every time to ask you for some score, and yeah. So I give you another like 10 minutes so that you can start the lab. In another 10-15 minutes, we will proceed on next lab. Even if you are not able to complete this lab at this point of time, it is fine. Idea was to tell you how to work on this. We have not done any work in terms of our technical, Google Cloud platform using it technically. We have not done anything like that. We have just understood about the cloud platform, the Qwiklab platform, and how it will work and is tied in together. So we'll start with the next lab of creating the virtual machine in another 10-15 minutes. We'll let you know when to start. In the meantime, I will try to monitor on the chat and questions and see if there is an outstanding question from you guys. Madhusha, anything from your side? Because I want to give some time.
So we're getting some questions on Discord that's being answered. But in the meantime, anybody from YouTube want to ask any questions, please put them on the chat window, and then we'll try to go through them as much as we can. And also let us know with thumbs up, thumbs down, how are you doing so far? Are you able to follow along with us? I know there were some issues with the credit system, because some of them actually use their personal accounts to log into the system, and some of them activated the 90-day Google Cloud credit. So we're trying to sort those issues out. Some of them already completed the lab, the first lab, which congratulations. You're welcome to move on to the second one. Any questions, please submit on the chat, or if you're on Discord already, we're happy to take any. Let me also follow up with Aditya to see whether we have any questions coming from Discord as well. Vimal, you there? I think you're still muted, buddy. Anybody listening in, please submit your questions. Any issues that you're having, thumbs up, thumbs down. You're able to follow. I know we got a question from Discord on a Cloud Shell. I'm gonna get Vimal or Ram to explain it, break it down for you, and what other capabilities there are available with Cloud Shell, and go from there. So the ones who already created or activated the 90-day free access to GCP with your personal Gmail accounts, keep that handy. But then make sure you don't use that when you're using Qwiklabs, because we don't want you to get unnecessary charges on it. So the purpose of Qwiklabs, think of it as this instance that you get on cloud, just to play around with the system without spending any money. So that's why you have a timer, 45 minutes. It creates that little instance, and then it kicks you out, and it erases everything there. So you don't have any pressure. You don't have any commitment to paying Google. But the reason I told you to keep the 90-day handy is when you start doing those projects. Because here's the thing, we're just introducing you to cloud, the fundamentals today. Then we're also running a Flutter series in parallel. There might be some machine learning series, Firebase series. So once you start building those applications, and when you want to test those out on your own servers, now you know how to do that. You know how to bring them on. You know how to create a virtual machine. And then you can start adding those in. So make sure you keep those two separated. And then as you unlock some of those services, unlock some of those labs, if you still want to experiment, you can use that to experiment. So you don't waste any of your bandwidth from your personal account. So keep that in mind. I think we're getting a few more one-on-one questions from... by the way, Vimal, we got this question a few times. So let's say if somebody wants to leave right now, what's the process? If I remember correctly, it's 12 hours that you have access to complete the quest. Is that correct? Complete the lab.
So as long as participants are able to apply the code, even if they're able to get the 5 credit, they are good. They will still get the subscription eventually. They can complete it at the latter point of time. Idea is that they understand the structure, the process, the content, and they apply the code, and they can do it at their own pace. But we generally recommend that let's do it today itself, and that's why we say that but in terms of applying the code, they must apply the code successfully by tonight 12 a.m. I'm not sure whether that is EST or PST, that time zone I'm not sure, but the code that is shared is only valid for 24 hours.
That is correct. So, this note is for anybody who's tuning in. I know this is a live session. The video is going to be available for you after this. And if this is one of you, and if you're trying to use that code, that's the only reason this code is not going to be working. We can work on something. You can join our Discord server and then message me, and then we can work on something else to get you a separate code, either through us directly or through your Developer Student Clubs chapter or GDG chapter in the future. So keep that in mind. Vimal, the Cloud Shell question. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, we have a specific lab on getting started
awesome.
with Google Cloud Shell. We will cover at that point of time.
And the next lab will address that.
Okay, awesome. We got a question saying, how do I get 90-day access? That's if you use your personal... hold on one second.
If I can answer that, the best way is to follow Madhusha's event or any of us, because we keep doing events. You always get the access in those events. So, and for this one in particular, of course, you get a month of access. When you complete successfully, you get another 1 month. At times, they also give you more access. But Madhusha, you can add more to it. But I would say be a regular participant and you will always have access.
Yeah, you exactly. If you want to learn, like, you don't need to commit to anything, to be honest. Like, every time we run a Cloud Hero event, Cloud Study Jam event, you're gonna get a free code to experiment with. But on the side, if you want to have your own personal account and create it, I know Google, the GCP used to give you 365 days access, but now they shortened it to 90 days. And if you're a student, depending on what events you're going to be attending in the future, it can be a hackathon, it can be a Cloud Hero event. We also give you like $50 to $100 credits on top of that. So there are other, and if you're working on, let's say, a COVID related project, you'll get access to up to $5,000 of credit if you qualify. So there are all these different other opportunities that are coming through. So stay tuned, engage with our communities, and then you'll probably get updated on all these going forward. So, Vimal, back to you.
All right. So I hope so far participants may have got the feel of the Qwiklabs platform, and because we have just started, we have not actually started working on those platforms. We have just shown you those platforms. The first lab was only the tour of Qwiklabs and the Google Cloud, just to see what's in there. The next lab is the actual work, and probably the first, like, how do you call, like, hello world code is the first code when you learn any programming language. Similarly, creating a virtual machine could be your first step to getting into the cloud, learning cloud technology. So I believe Ram is with us, and he may like to take up this session from his end. I will just check it with him quickly if he's there and he's okay to take it up for now. Ram, are you there?
Yep. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I guess it's loud and clear. So maybe you can share your screen from your side, and then you can start with it. Eventually, I will proceed with the next sessions.
Yeah, Ram, you just can hit the bottom, and then I'll put
Got
you
it.
on screen. Yeah.
So do let me know, guys, once you see the screen.
While Ram is doing that, for the rest of you, the discussion is happening on Discord. We have all our Q&A lobbies being busy. I know our mentors and our tutors are helping them out. Ram, we still can see your screen.
Should be seeing now.
Okay, there you go. We got your screen here.
Okay, perfect. So pretty much to get started with, I think Vimal gave a very good introduction about Google Cloud, or in general, let me say, cloud platform as a whole. And he also kind of introduced you guys to Qwiklabs. He showed you how do you navigate from Qwiklabs using the temporary username and password that you get when you start a lab and log in into the Google Cloud platform. So that's those steps are going to be common across every lab that you guys are going to do. So, and now the first lab was pretty much an introduction. It was kind of like introducing you guys for the first time. What is the Qwiklabs? What is the Google? How do I navigate from Qwiklabs to Google Cloud? The actual hands-on lab, which we are going to do right now, is called creating a virtual machine. And it's pretty simple and straightforward. We are going to complete probably in 15 minutes, as long as we understand the concepts, but which is what is more important to us. The first step is, I'm assuming that every one of you are into the Qwiklabs platform at this point of time. And for any reason, if you guys have navigated within the Qwiklabs to, say, for example, you got into a different page and you're not seeing Google Cloud Essentials, at any given point of time, you can simply type Google Cloud Essentials on the search bar, and you will find the pop-up like this. And all you got to do is just select. So that is the lab that we are doing. For any reason, if you have logged out of Qwiklabs, if you have been in a different page, do not worry about it. You can always use the search and the keywords Google Cloud Essentials to get back to your lab and make sure you complete it. And to get started with, we are going to do 4 labs today. And the first lab is obviously what Vimal has already completed. And if you have completed it, and make sure that you guys are completing it, because if you do not complete, you're not going to get the button quest complete, which means you're not going to earn a badge. So how do I ensure that I've completed my first lab? All you got to do is, once you got into your first lab, you must have clicked on Start Lab button. And since this is not a heavily hands-on, pretty much like a read-through manual, which Vimal has already done it, you should spend at least few minutes on this lab and then click on End Lab. Once you click on the End Lab, after spending few minutes on this particular lab, you should see a green check mark on this particular lab, which indicates that you have completely completed this lab, A. Number two, you should now start creating a virtual machine, which is our second lab. Now, without any further ado, let me click on creating a virtual machine link. Just click on the hyperlink. So once you click on the hyperlink, you should see the Start Lab button. And I advise you guys, as a best practice, do not ever start a lab as soon as you just get into the lab, right? Because this is a pretty simple lab, so it's fine. Like, I've already started the lab. That's why you see that my timer is already running. And as Vimal said, there's a score. As you complete, on the right side, you will see the progress and the scores getting progressive as well. So this is a simple lab, so I did not bother about it. But as a general principle, always make sure that you read through the given lab, understand what this lab is all about, and look at the instructions as well. So you kind of get a high level sense of what you're going to do before you click on Start Lab. The benefit is, once you have a high level view and an understanding of every step by step you're going to do, when you click on the Start Lab, it's going to help you keep yourself aligned with the steps and not to forget, why am I doing this, or what steps am I doing, right? So you'll not be spending time on thinking through that, and you will save a lot of your time, right? So now assume that I have not clicked on the Start Lab button. So what is this lab is all about? This lab is going to do, we are going to do 3 steps. The first step is, we are going to create a virtual machine in Google Cloud Platform using a Cloud Console. Now, when I say Cloud Console, I'm going to show you what a Cloud Console means. And the next step is, we are going to create another virtual machine using a command line. And there was a question about Cloud Shell a while ago, and we will address exactly the difference between use or the need for a Cloud Shell and how effective the Cloud Shell is going to be, right? And then once we start a virtual machine, we are going to install a web server into it. Now, before I start, what is a virtual machine? A virtual machine is nothing but a computer. Just to keep it simple, right? It's just your computer. If I go into a store, what am I going to do? I'm going to buy a laptop or certain parts of the computer and get some configuration that I like, and I'm going to assemble or I'm just simply going to buy the laptop as is in a already kind of like a built takeaway laptop, right? So imagine that's pretty much is what a virtual machine is. The only difference why we call it as a virtual machine is, you're not accessing that machine physically. It's not in your hand. It is in cloud. It is hosted in a data center. Now, what is a cloud? We hear this term every now and then. What is a cloud? A cloud is nothing but a data center, a physical data center that's hosting a lot of hardwares that where computers are configured, and you can select your configuration and you can access those computers sitting in that data center through your web browsers, right? So now the term about cloud is nothing but a data center. If ever anybody talks about a cloud platform, simply understand it's nothing but a data center with a lot of physical computers sitting somewhere in the geography, which is either near to you or across the sea, and you're accessing those computers through your laptops or through your computer, which is closer to you, using a web browser. That's the reason why that is called a virtual machine sitting in the data center, but it is nothing but a physical machine as well. So you're going to create 2 computers for you guys, a virtual machines on the cloud using a web browser, using the laptops or the desktops right now in front of you guys. All right. So now the first step, as Vimal said before, all you're going to do is click on Start Lab. It's pretty simple. Once you click on the Start Lab, few things are happening here, right? So when you click on Start Lab, there are a couple of things that's happening in the background. One, there are certain cloud resources that are allocated to you as part of this particular lab. The reason you need to understand this is, as you go down the line, you will do a n number of labs, baseline infrastructure or artificial intelligence, machine learning, chatbots. You will be doing a lot of labs. When you do those labs, you should understand that some configurations are already predefined for you as part of this lab, which means when I click on this lab, what's happening? I'm getting a cloud account. I'm getting a unique project that is set up for me already. And I'm getting a username and password using the identity access management, which is all pre-configured for you guys. So because it's pre-configured and now it's made available to you, so a project ID is already created for me. I have a user account that is already created for me as part of this lab. Now click on Open Google Console on the left side button. When you click on Open Google Console, it's going to take you guys to a simple login page which looks pretty similar to your Gmail. Now, the catch is, don't get tricked with this login page, because every time you're going to see this page which is going to look similar to your Gmail login. But make no mistake, you must use the temporary username and password which is provided to you as part of this particular lab. So the simple way, never click your mouse to just copy it. Just always use the copy icon, the two rectangle overlapping. Click on that and click on use another account. Enter the username. And now you can just go pretty fast because you guys have already done these steps. Make sure that you copy the password as well. Click on next. It's going to take you to a simple like an accept page, and then acknowledgements, couple of acknowledgements. Just get through it. No need to add your phone number. No need to add any of your recovery email here, because remember, this is a temporary username called student. You do not have this associated directly to your account, right? You're using your personal Gmail account only to log in into Qwiklabs. But once you start a lab, you get a temporary username and password using which you're going to complete the labs. And then it rolls up to your personal Gmail to track the completion. So I'm not going to update any phone number, no emails, just click on confirm. So once you click on confirm, it's going to land you to the default Google Cloud platform with an acknowledgement. Simply acknowledge it. All right. So I should be getting an acknowledgement screen at this point. There you go. Click on I agree. Just click on continue. All right. So now this is the landing page, as Vimal has already walked you guys through this. Just imagine it's like a Play Store, right? Like where you have a lot of menus by default. Similar to that, you have a dashboard, which is a customizable dashboard. At any given point of time, what you're seeing right now is the default dashboard, which shows you the project name and the project ID. And as a best practice, always make sure that your project ID is exactly the project ID that you see on your Qwiklabs. So BD9, I want to make sure that it's the right lab, and I'm not using my personal account. I'm using my student account, which is provisioned. So these are a quick check that you must always do, because there are chances that you might, by mistake, you might be using your personal account sometimes by mistake. So make sure that you are on the landing page. And as a first step, now let's go back to the Qwiklabs. Just give me 1 minute. All right. So as part of the first step, now as I said before, we are going to start our first virtual machine. And at this point, there are two ways to create virtual machines, as I said before. One using a console, another using a Cloud Shell. Now, what is a console? The interface page that you're seeing using your web browser at this point, this is called Google Cloud Console or a GUI interface, right? So there's one way to create a virtual machine is simply click on the navigation menu, and you can always expand and close it as you would like to. If you scroll down under the compute section, and I don't want to talk about a lot of stuff that you see here, as in when you scroll down, you will understand that this is a menu option from where I can access compute, I can access storage, I can access any other machine learning or AI tools, which is all made available for you guys, right? As part of every lab, you can do that. So now, for me to create a virtual machine, I need to go to the navigation menu. So click on the navigation menu, scroll down under compute, you will find compute engine. Do not go to app engine or Kubernetes engine, go to compute engine. Once you go to compute engine, if you mouse over, you'll find the first option is VM instances, which means virtual machine instances. Click on virtual machine instances. So once you click on virtual machine instances, it gives you two options. One, either you can create a virtual machine from the scratch, or you can import an existing virtual machine configuration. So now we are going to use the first option, creating a virtual machine. And as I said before, always remember, virtual machine is nothing but, imagine buying a computer, right? So you're buying your first computer. So I'm going to click on create. Once you click on create, it's going to give you the options to create a virtual machine. Now for a second, let's go back to Qwiklabs. What Qwiklab does is, at this point, they want to make sure that you are really doing this lab. So you need to set up everything exactly as they have given you guys, which includes name of the virtual machine. So if you go to the Qwiklabs account, the name of the virtual machine, the configuration, everything should be exactly what Qwiklabs has mentioned you. Now, this is one way to create a virtual machine, which is what we call using Google Cloud Console. The other way to create a virtual machine is called using Cloud Shell. So how do I access Cloud Shell? So on the right top of your screen, you will find an arrow mark called Activate Cloud Shell. Simply feel free to click on that. When you click on Cloud Shell, now, what is a Cloud Shell? People who have worked on Linux will know that there are shell commands, command shell window. People who have worked in Windows computers know that it has by default a command prompt, right? And in which we will use batch commands, Linux commands to do some tasks. Similar to that, Google Cloud Platform has a pre-installed Cloud Shell package. It's called Cloud Shell. So you're not installing any new software. It comes by default with Google Cloud Platform. All Google Cloud Platform has a Cloud Shell. All you have to do is click on that icon on the right top of your screen, which says Activate Cloud Shell, which will invoke the Cloud Shell in your project that you're currently working on. Now, as a best practice, when
Ram,
you
sorry to interrupt. Can everybody see the screen? It got a little blurry. Ram, do you want to disconnect? Disconnect your
It's blurry as well.
Can you disconnect your screen and reshare, please?
Sure.
While Ram gets that set up, yeah, we're still.
Just reshared. Let me know if it is any better.
Yes, sir. Now we can see it. Okay, awesome.
Okay, perfect. So just to reiterate what I was saying before, for people, if anybody has missed it, all I have done is I just went into the navigation menu. Under the compute engine, the first option is VM instances. When you click on that, you're going to get two options. One, create. Another one is import. I clicked on create. When you clicked on create, you get this page using which you can name your computer or virtual machine or and select some configurations. This is called creating a virtual machine using a cloud console, which is nothing but your browser's mouse clicks, right? The other way to create a computer is by using your cloud shell. Cloud shell, as I said before, nothing but a command, shell command, using which is a soft SDK pre-installed on every Google Cloud platform. All you have to do is invoke it. To invoke, simply click on that arrow on the right top of your screen. It will start in getting invoked. And as a best practice, I always maximize the window, right? Like the way you maximize it at the right bottom of your screen on the Cloud Shell, you will find open new window. Simply click on that. The reason I'm showing you guys both Cloud Shell and the interfaces to make sure that you understand that I can create a virtual machine using a console, which is going to look like this, where you can simply create a virtual machine. The other option is I can simply use the Cloud Shell and a command to create a virtual machine. Now, let's go back to our Qwiklabs and let's see what we have completed so far and what we have not talked about. So the first few steps of this labs would be pretty simple and straightforward, which is what Vimal has already shown you guys in the first lab, right? Which is start the lab, take the username and password, log in into the account, invoke your Cloud Shell, which is all we have done. And they give you a bunch of commands that you can execute on the Cloud Shell. And these commands are just to ensure that you are using the right project ID and the right account. So they are just simply showing you guys to make sure that you are not by mistake in any different account. So it's a way to ensure that you are using the right project. So I probably would use just a list the project to make sure my project ID is exactly what I'm supposed to be working on. As you see, I just copied the command using the copy icon, and make sure that you understand that there is the input, there is the output. Do not copy anything that you see as part of the output. Always go with the inputs, right? So I simply selected a command, gcloud. Gcloud is a command shell utility that comes by default with all Google Cloud platform. You can just do a Google search to understand gcloud library. There's tons of commands that you can use. So what I've done is I've just taken this command, configure list project. So it's going to list my project ID. I just pasted it, hit enter. It shows me what my project ID is. And now I can make sure that DBD9, that's my project ID that Qwiklabs has given me. So I'm in the right project. I'm in the right console as well. Now, scrolling down, they're talking about regions and zones. Now, you need to understand what is a region, what is a zone. To put it simple, these are nothing but geographical locations. As the name sounds, these are simply geographical locations in which you are selecting your resource to be provisioned. As I said before, cloud is not really a cloud on the sky, right? It's actually a physical data center that geographically placed in different locations around the world. In US West, they have West 1, West B. So Western US is a zone, a region, and has a region is a broader, let's say a region, Western US is a region. Every region has at least one or more zones. By default, there must be at least two zones to call it a region. So in Western region, I have two zones, West 1A, West 1B. So what does this mean? Now, this means that I have US West 1A, which is where there is a data center, and I have US West 1B, which is a different location, but still under the Western US region, there is another data center. So I can choose a region, I can choose the zones within that region where I think my users will be able to communicate much faster. So that is up to me to choose which region and which zone I should be hosting my computer, right? Likewise, you can see that most predominantly used region is Central US. Henceforth, it has multiple zones, Central A, B, C, F. So these are multiple zones, and this is not static. These are sometimes they will add a new data center in Western, so you will find one more zone added to this, right? And the benefit is, let's say I'm somebody who has an application running in Central, and I know my primary users of my system are going to be Central, then I will choose to create my virtual machine in Central region. I will not go to any other region because of the simple fact that my users will experience a faster connection if they have access which is closer to them, right? So that is the way you need to understand zones and regions, which is very important as well. Now, the next step, as I said before, we have already completed going to the navigation menu, clicking on the create button. Now, all you got to do is make sure that you choose the same value, right? Now, GCE Lab is the name of the virtual machine that they want you to create. So in the Google Cloud Platform, I'm simply typing GCE Lab, which is exactly the name that you should be creating. Do not create anything else. The region is US Central, Iowa. The zone within the region is Central C. And they want you to create N1 series with 2 virtual CPUs. This is pretty simple to, in back those days, we'll be selecting, should I buy Intel Pentium 4 or Intel Atom, or the newer version of any board. So that is how the series and the number of which virtual machines. And you will also select the size of your boot disk. It could be, in this case, this is Debian OS. They are not creating a Windows machine here. They are creating a Debian OS here. And they're also allowing HTTP traffic. Now, let me go back and do the steps and explain what this means, right? So by default, it's already set to US Central 1 Iowa. Region is permanent. You need to make a note of this if you're preparing for your exams. Region is permanent. Once you select a region and a zone, you will have your machines running there. In case if you ever want to move, then you cannot physically move those machines. Rather, you create a new machine in a different region and in a different zone and move your application to that, right? So physically, you cannot move this machine, GCE Lab, which is created within region and this zone, to another region, another zone. That's why they say a region is permanent, a zone is permanent when you choose. Now, the zone that they have given is C. So I'm selecting the zone C under the region Iowa. Now, I know the series that they have mentioned was N1. Now, what are we doing here, right? Now, you need to start correlating the steps that we are doing. It's pretty much, imagine you are walking into a store. What would you do? You will say, I need a computer, and my computer need to have 2 virtual CPUs, or I need 4 GB memory, RAM, random access memory. I need to install a Debian OS, and I need 10 GB disk size. So this is simply, those days, this is what we used to do. We walk into a store, we buy the RAM, we buy the operating system's disk to install in your computer, and then we say, I'm going to run this computer in this way, right? So those are the steps pretty much you are doing now on the cloud platform. So the machine type is 2 virtual CPUs. To select N1 standard 2 virtual CPUs, and do not make any change here because they want you to create a Debian OS. But if you ever want to change or say, I want to create a Windows computer, there is a way to do it, right? You would just click on the change button here, and then you have tons of different types of operating system you can choose. In case of Debian, you have 2 versions of Debian that's made available to you, Linux 10 and 9. Likewise, you can say, I want to create a Windows server or a Fedora or a Red Hat or any SQL servers, right? As a matter of fact. But for this particular lab, it's simply Debian. So I'll leave it as is. And remember what I said before. In this particular lab, we are going to install a web server into this Debian virtual machine that you're creating. So the web server is called Nginx web server. So that's a software, a web software, a web application server that you're going to install into this operating system. So if you're going to install a web server, I need to be able to access that web server after it being installed. To access it, I need to enable the firewall to be open. So I'm going to simply say allow HTTP. Don't worry about the secure HTTPS. HTTP will do. And all I'm doing is create. Simply, I'm just clicking on create. What it does is now it's creating a computer in that data center, a physical data center. The resources are being provisioned, and I'm getting a name, an IP address. Everything is getting uh, available for me. So, and you can look at the time it takes for this resource to be provisioned. Usually it doesn't takes more than a minute or two, depending on your internet connection. Of course, sometimes it does take some time to reflect. And as you can see, I'm in a very like a low bandwidth at this point of time, but I can see that my virtual machine is created, the zone that I mentioned, and it has an internal IP address. It also has an external IP address. The difference, I think everybody understands this. Using an external IP address, I can access that application or the virtual machine using my browser, right? So at this point, you should also understand that it's a way to connect to this computer using SSH shell command. Now, let's go back here and understand what has been done, right? So we have completed pretty much creating a virtual machine here. Now, the next step is to install a web server into this computer. Now, make no mistake here, most people get confused because it's a black screen in which I'm going to execute this command. Remember, there is two black screens, right? One, which is a Cloud Shell, which is in my project, which gets invoked when I click on this arrow mark. That is the way to create a computer. I can go to the Cloud Shell, I can add commands, I can create 100 virtual machines with just one command, right? All I have to do is prepare the commands, just put it in the command shell, hit enter, the resources starts getting provisioned. Now, somebody asked, what is a Cloud Shell? Why should I use a Cloud Shell? Now, imagine you are working in a project and I'm your manager. I'm asking you to create, okay, we are Domino's, go and create 100 virtual machines in US Central Zone. Now, you guys understand that there is one way to create is what we have done so far, which is click the mouse, go to virtual machine, keep creating virtual machines, right? So that is one way, but it's going to be time consuming. But if I have Cloud Shell and I know the command to create virtual machine using Cloud Shell, I will simply prepare the command, which is going to be much faster, and put those commands into the Cloud Shell, hit enter, and the resources starts getting provisioned all at once, right? In parallel, those resources will start getting created. So the benefit is using Cloud Shell. It's pretty much the same benefits that you get out of when you do any Cloud Shell commands in your command prompt. Within a command prompt, you can write a batch script to open 20 or even 30 browser with different URLs in just one go, as long as you have the script prepared, right? Likewise, you can create 100 virtual machines using Cloud Shell within just executing a batch script, right? So those are the benefits of creating it using Cloud Shell versus a Google Cloud Console. Now, the most important step that you need to understand is I have created my first virtual machine. Now I need to install Nginx web server. So this Nginx web server must be installed within this computer, not in my Cloud Shell. So how do I do that? You see an option called SSH. So it's pretty simple, right? You went into a store, you said, this is my configuration. You bought the computer. You have now installed the computer. And when you install it, you selected your operating system, which means your computer has already been installed with the operating system. Now I need to get into that computer, right, to install my Nginx web server software. So to do that, all I have to do is click on SSH. When you click on SSH, it's going to connect you to that computer, and it's not going to be prompting you for any username or password at this point of time. The reason it will not prompt you is it's authenticating already because you're using it within the Cloud Console using your cloud access. So by default, when you click on SSH, it has now given you an access to your computer, and you can see the library in which you will be working on as well. So when you clicked on SSH, it created a directory called home in your computer, just like how we create a drive called D drive or C drive, right? Likewise, it created a path home and a folder called student, which is nothing but your username. It created a folder. Now, all I'm going to do is I'm going to install. Before I install a web server, you need to get super user access. This is similar to your Windows computer. When you try to install a software, it'll ask you to elevate your access to an admin so that you can install that operating system, right? So now, as a first step, I'm going to first elevate my access and make sure that I'm using my SSH screen. So sudo su is a command which will give you access to the root drive of this computer. You get access to the root folder. Once you get access to the root folder, now remember what happens when you bought your operating system, you install it for the first time, you will start noticing that it starts updating that operating system, because the time this operating system disk was provisioned might be a bit later, and there might be new updates to that operating system. So now I'll go back and I'm going to update my operating system using the command called apt get update. I'm not much worried about the timer here, though it's just 2.5 minutes, because I know it takes less time for me to install the operating system here, right? So I've done this. Now, what have you done at this point? You have bought a computer, you have installed your operating system, you have updated your operating system by getting elevated access. So sudo su gives you elevated access. This command updates your operating system. Now apt get install nginx. Why? We'll just install nginx on this computer and it will start. So we are installing nginx software into this virtual machine that you simply just created. So it's done. It's just created. As you can see, it just takes few minutes. Now I'm checking if my nginx has been created successfully. So I'm just taking the command ps check. Yes, my nginx is installed successfully, and it says worker process is running, and the master process is also running. That's good. Now, so how do I ensure that I have created it successfully, right? I installed the software. Now, external IP, click on the external IP. When you click on the external IP, because you have installed nginx software into your virtual machine, by default, now you have done two things. One, you have installed your nginx software web server into your virtual machine, and you have also allowed HTTP traffic when you created this virtual machine. So it shows you the default landing page of the nginx web server. You can always configure nginx web server if you know how to do it, right? So that's pretty much what you were supposed to do. Now, at every point, you have a way to check your progress. It shows whether you have completed or not. So since I've completed creating an nginx web server and be able to access it using the external IP address, and make no mistake, it's not the internal, it's the external IP address, I can access my nginx. Now, the next step is simply the same thing, but now you're going to create a virtual machine using a command which is already given to you, and you can see they have specified the region, they have specified the zone, pretty much everything that you need to create. So just execute that command as well. Authorize. And now you will start seeing here that it's actually provisioning another virtual machine for you guys in the backend, though you're using a Cloud Shell. So these are the two ways, and you can always refresh. Once you execute the command on your Cloud Shell, you can execute or you can refresh your virtual machine screen, where you should see two virtual machines at this point. One, the first one that you just created, GCE Lab. The other virtual machine that you would be seeing should be named as GCE Lab 2, because in the command, you can see what the command here is. gcloud compute, create compute instance, which is virtual machine, and the command create. The name of the virtual machine is GCE Lab 2. The machine type is N1 standard. The zone is US Central C. If you are specifying the zone, you do not have to specify the region, because zones are uniquely available to every region, right? So now you can see there is GCE Lab and GCE Lab 2. Both are created successfully, and you can simply click on check my progress. It should show 100%, and then you click on End Lab on the left top of your screen. And when you come back, you should see a green check mark against your lab. Any questions, Madhusha or Vimal, you see on the Discord chat that we should be answering right now?
So far the chat is good. They're doing some one-on-one hand holding. But if anybody else have questions they want to put on the YouTube chat, welcome to do so, and we'll try to take some of those questions.
Yeah. And one important thing, most people make mistake with activating the Cloud Shell, and they start executing all the commands that, for example, creating engine or installing an Nginx web server. People by mistake go to the Cloud Shell and start doing it. Always remember that once you create a virtual machine, you have an external IP address and you have an SSH command to get into that computer command shell and execute or install any software within that virtual machine. You will only go to this Cloud Shell when you have to create multiple virtual machines or to do n number of tasks. But if you're installing a software, you're installing it within a virtual machine. I'll pause here and I'll see if there's any questions on the YouTube or on the Discord that is coming from a lot of people, so we can answer it here. Any questions so far?
We don't see any questions coming in.
Perfect. And I would assume it's just two reasons, right? One, people have completed, they have completely understood everything. And this is a pretty straightforward lab, shouldn't take much of your time. So I'm going to pause here. I'm going to hand it over to Vimal.
Sure. Thank you for taking up the lab. And yeah, even I'm watchful of the questions that will come across so that we can address that.
Vimal, do you want to share your screen?
Yeah, Manisha. Yeah.
Okay, till Wima gets set up again. Join the Discord. We are having great discussions here. There's a Q&A lobby that being set up for you to answer if you have any questions. Over there, you can do video and you can share your screen. So one of our tutors will be able to help you out with anything that you're struggling with. And back to you, Wima.
All right, Manisha. Yeah, so a couple of questions which I can see here. One is regarding how to add the badge to the LinkedIn. Yeah, we will talk about that by end of the session, and moreover, we will also share a document which will have the step-by-step process, and we'll post on all channels on the meetup group that I shared on even on the YouTube chat here and other channels that may be working. So we will be sharing that by end of the session. For all those who have completed, they can add the badge to the LinkedIn. It's pretty straightforward and simple, but still we will talk about that. And yeah, and I can see there are folks who have completed it, because once you get a hang of it, once you understand how this platform will work for you to learn. So the course material is there, cloud platform is there. It's only about knowing how to use the course material and time with the cloud platform, learn it, complete the labs, redo the labs again to have a better understanding, and that would be the sequence of activity in course of your learning. But for the folks who are a bit new, they may want us to walk you through step by step in that fashion. We would be doing other labs as well. But from this point now, if you are now comfortable with the Qwiklabs platform, because you have all the content, all the stream material, you have the cloud platform, you can go on at your own pace. At times, if you get any issue or any question, you may already work back to the recording to see if that has been addressed. If you see you have a question which has not been addressed, you can always post it even at a later point of time or through different channels.
So we got a question. Don't know whether it makes any sense. This gentleman asks. I'm assuming it's a gentleman, but why the data entry work stop with Qwiklabs? Like, does that make sense?
I didn't get that question. Why the data entry work stopped with Qwiklabs? Tell me. I really don't know what what is being asked. There is no data entry work as such. I'm not sure if yeah, probably
So
we need
Madhusha,
more clarity on
what
the
exactly
question
is the
before we
question?
end it.
Sorry, Ram, say that again.
What exactly is the question? Can you read that out?
We're trying to get them to rephrase it because it mentioned why the data entry work stopped with Qwiklabs. I don't know. Maybe this was referring to your previous.
I guess we can keep this question and park it till we get a clarity on exactly
So
what is
probably,
expected.
if I'm not sure if I'm inferring it rightly, but maybe the question is, when I was doing the lab, it stopped in the middle, right? I could not complete it for a reason, and that perhaps could be because of the timer which I ran out. So that is the reason I said, do not click on the start lab button when you start a lab. Always read through the entire lab, understand at a high level, and look at every instruction by instruction. Get that clearly in your mind, and then start the lab. It saves a lot of your time. In my case, I started the lab at least 10 minutes before I got you guys with the screen share, right? So I pretty much lost 10 minutes, and then I was explaining a lot, so I was running out of time. When you run out of time, I can't continue with anything that I'm doing. It automatically disconnects my account, my user ID gets stopped, everything gets halted there. So if I'm inferring the question, if the question was different, please rephrase it and share it. We'll be able to happily help you guys out.
So that's an interesting point, Ram. So let's say if that happens to somebody, they have to wait till it's end, and then they have the option to redo it. Correct?
Absolutely. So never ever panic if you are running out of time, right? You just have to have your own strategies, right? It's that simple. Which is, if I look at a lab at a high level and I look at the instructions, if I think I understand it clearly and I look at the timer, most of the time that timer should be sufficient. But if ever you got stuck, or you're in the middle of something, or nature call, or something urgent, you have to stop the lab half the way. Feel free to do it. You're not losing anything here, right? You can always stop the lab. You can always restart it right from the first. And because you might have done it half the way, you will do it much faster the second time you try. And it makes you more confident of doing it. So there's no limitation on the number of times that you are doing it. The maximum number error that you saw on the Vimal screen was because he has literally done that 1,000 times, right? So when he has done it 1,000 times, Qwiklabs is saying, hey, you have done it, tons. So that's the error that you guys will not be getting it. So always feel free to redo a lab, stop a lab half the way. Do not worry about it. You're not losing anything. So never worry about it.
Yeah, I can also see some of the questions that is regarding whether we'll do a hard stop at 3 or not. So no, we will not do a hard stop at 3, but we'll definitely try to cover the maximum agenda by 3. Even if you miss it, you can still come back whenever you are free and you have that lean time. You can go through a YouTube video from the point where you have missed, or you can revisit the content as many times as you want. Moreover, as we said at the beginning, the Qwiklabs platform itself provides you extensive self-learning material where you see, you learn, and while you do it. So it's perfectly all right if you have to hard stop at 3 p.m. and then you can join at later point of time. So let me see if there's any other question here. Okay, so I don't see any specific question which is related to our workshop at the moment, but we will engage the question that may be coming up. Proceeding further, now it's around 2 p.m. at the moment, and we have 1 hour left, and we have like 3 labs to walk you through. Now, even if we look at the time, it's like 45 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, but we don't have to worry about them because these times are considering like how you use your code lab. Half of the thing that you will see in this lab, you are already familiar. It won't take even 5 minutes to do something which is estimated 15 minutes, because by now you are familiar with most of the items. So I will start with getting started with Gcloud and Cloud Shell. Most part of it is already covered in our previous discussion. It will be a repetition for you, so we will make it a bit faster. As and when I feel that I need to stop and take a pause and explain a bit, I will do that. And if you have any question, we will follow the same format. All the channels are open to you. You can ask with the best channel you feel like. All right, so I will not be taking time in explaining something which is already repeatedly explained, like user subscription and the provisioning that is happening at the moment. It may take a few seconds. And I have it now. I will directly go to the user console. I will pull it out as I want it in a different window. Always use another account. Always use this icon to copy the code or credentials so that we copy it right. So what we are doing right now is all same what we will be doing in all the labs. This is a complete repetition of what we would be doing, what we had been doing all the time. Agree. Now we are at the cloud platform at the moment. I will also open the cloud shell, which you are already familiar. Continue. Now I will open it in a new window. That is what I like to do so that I get a full complete screen to work on. Now coming back to the lab now. Now I already did the setup, which is actually by now I'm familiar that I need to have that UI console. I need to have the cloud shell in most of the lab. I have already opened it even without looking into what is the content of it. And when you will scroll down, you will find that it's basically talking about what you will do. You will practice using gcloud commands. And with the moment it comes about the commands, we will be using the cloud shell because this is the place where we execute the command. If we have to do or do something with the navigation with the UI, this is the place we will do. This is our user interface, and this is our cloud shell. And connect to the compute services hosted on Google Cloud. And what is the prerequisite? Prerequisite is to be familiar with some of the Linux text editors like Vim, Emacs, Nano. Even if you are not familiar, it's okay. You will become familiar today. So these all setup we have already done. This is a repetition, so I just need to scroll down. And that's why I said that though it says like for 5 minutes or so, half of the thing we can do it immediately. Now, this is important here now. So far, you may get a thought that we are just copying and pasting the code. It was just for the beginning. So don't think the entire activity around Qwiklabs is about copying and pasting it and without getting the detail of it. The way you will move forward towards the different labs, we will work on different items. You will not be able to just copy paste and execute it. You will need to understand it. You will need to make suitable changes, and then you will have to proceed further. Since we had some of the lab at the beginning, just to make you all used to the application, everything was provided upfront. You were just copying it and executing it. But eventually we will have to do more things. So in this, what it's asking is they have given you the command that is gcloud compute project info describe, and as you read, you may try to understand it. Even if you don't understand, the most basic thing that you probably can learn today is how to use this code. Like you definitely know how to take this code and execute this on the cloud shell, but do you understand what it will be doing? So I would suggest that start developing a habit of reading it through. And we are going to run the gcloud, and that's why I start with the gcloud command. It says compute, which is for the project's in details. Project info describe will give you all the details around the project. So that means if we need to get all the details of a project, all the attributes of the project, this is the command we can use. Gcloud compute project info and then describe. And then we have to give for which project we need to do. So our project is here. By now we know our projects have been provided to us by Qwiklabs initial setting itself, and that is where it is. So we will need to take this, and again, in order to copy this command, we can use this icon rather than copying like this. I will recommend always use this so that we copy it right, and then I can paste, but I will not execute it directly. I need to replace this your project ID with project ID that we have here. Like this. Now this is the command which I need to execute. If I directly try to copy and paste, it won't work because that is not the purpose of this this lab and the quest. The purpose is that we understand what we are doing. So eventually we will see that we have to code from ourselves as well. For that we need to understand it. So it is asking to authorize because it's going to make a GCP API call. So I will authorize it. So the first time it will ask you to do so. Now you got all this detail. Now that is where if I can scroll up, I can scroll down, I can see all the details. These are the different attributes. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the settings and make the text size as large. And I'm also going to do what? I'm also going to show a scroll bar for here where you can scroll it. All right. So this is what this command was supposed to do. It was supposed to give you all the detail around your project, and we can see what are the details. This is the command I executed, and the detail I'm getting here is like the values of the student ID, the extended value. Then I have zone, that is US Central A. I have region, that is US Central 1. Then I have account ID. Then I will have all the different attributes associated. Most of them will be default, but eventually when we will work on other labs, we will make use of them. But for now, the important information for us is the zone and the region here, right here. So initializing the cloud SDK. So for that, what we are doing, let's set up some environment variables. So most of you might be knowing what environment variable is. We want to assign a certain value to certain level so that we can call the level instead of the value. Like this project ID could be difficult to remember. So that's why we can move this value to a level called project ID so that we don't have to always use the complete project ID. We can always just use project underscore ID and it will serve the purpose. So I go below. And then again, instead of my project ID here, I need to set this up. This is my project ID. And when I do so, it moves the value to the project ID here. And he's saying export zone and your zone. Now remember, where is my zone? My zone is in the project description. The previous command that we ran here, the command gcloud compute project info describe and my project ID, it gave me all the description of the project. And from where I can see my zone is this US Central A. Can you see? Google Compute default zone, Google Compute default region. So this is the zone and this is the region that is associated with my project. So I will need to scroll down and complete my command here. So now I have exported both zone and project ID to the values which we may use. Further, it's asking to do an echo. Echo will do nothing but a display. Many of you may be familiar with the terms like display. So when we do this, so when we echo the project ID, it will show the project. And when we echo the zone, it will show the zone. So it is just to make sure that we are having right value in our level. Then create a virtual machine with gcloud. Already in the previous lab, we learned how to create a virtual machine using the console. Then we also learned how to create it using gcloud. We will repeat the same thing here. The command to create a virtual machine using gcloud is gcloud compute instance. Create the name of the instance that you want to have. We can make it GCP lab 3, 4, whatever name we want to keep. For the sake of this training, we will use the exactly name that is given because you will be marked based on the name that we have here. And then machine type N1 standard and zone is by default zone. So already we have set values for zone. It will pull it from there. So all the information that is needed to create a basic machine is already included in this command. So we will just execute it. It will take a while to create and give me the IP of this machine. So if you remember when we were creating this through our console, it was also taking a while and then it turned into green. we can see the same information here while we are trying to do it through Cloud Shell. So you can see the name, the zone, machine type, the internal IP, the external IP, and the status. You can see all the details. So within few seconds, less than a minute, we were able to create a virtual machine here with a certain configuration. Now this is the output, and now if I check my progress, since I have successfully created the virtual machine GC Lab 2, it will mark it right, and it also gives me a score 100 out of 100. So, this score says that even if I end the lab here, it will still consider it complete. Though you may have some other commands also for you to learn. These commands are like gcloud-h that will give you all the help-related attributes, how you can get help from the gcloud command. Then you have gcloud config help. These all are study material available to you. You can go through all of them, understand it, read it, remember it if you necessarily shall need. But for the sake of the lab, it is already completed. You can successfully close this, and it will take you to the next lab. But it is highly recommended whenever you get time, you run all of it and see what values you are getting, right? If you say, for example, if you say gcloud-h, so you get a list of all the different different commands for which you can further dig and further know what it means and how it can have it. If you use gcloud config, so it will give you the configuration related information. So help command is used to give you all the information around certain commands, syntaxes, features, whatever it may have. Now you can see all this description which you can scroll through, and you can learn more. I'm using my down arrow key to browse it through. At any point of time, if you want to quit, you want to go back to your command line, you can use the command, you can just use the character Q, and it will come back. What I have used right now, and it's not given here, that's the thing. So probably you can take a note of it because it's not part of the Qwiklabs here. But when you use this command, if you want to come out, you can use Q for quit. So the moment you type just Q, it will take you out of the config help window. So that way you can browse through all the information that you have. There's tons of information available that you may like to browse it through. Yeah, so this is up to you how much you want to do it. But I will recommend that you must not only do it once, but more than twice. As part of your lab, this is complete. You would be able to complete it even if you stop there. All right, so I will end the lab. I tried to make it quick because most of the part was repetition. As I said, most of the lab that you are doing here, it's recommended that you repeat it more than once, because in the first time, your focus could be in completing it. On the second time when you do, you can spend time, as much time you want on understanding each basic concept that you have. Shall you have a question? Our channels are there. We will have next event as well. There are multiple ways you can connect to us, and then you can ask a specific question if you necessarily have some questions which is stopping you from understanding things. So this was about getting started with Quick Shell and gcloud. So within 10 minutes, we were kind of able to complete this, at least as much what was needed to complete it. But when you will actually learn it, probably you may take 2-3 hours just on the one lab if you want to learn all the detail. That material is already there. But how to use the application, how to use the cloud platform, how to use this cloud shell, this you should learn, because that is the place where you will practice, and you will get more comfortable with all these commands. All right. So what I will do next is I will take you through certain understanding around the next lab, that is Kubernetes. Now this name, if you have not heard it, or if you are hearing it for the first time, it may sound a bit new, because in general, people who are not working in cloud area, or people who are not working in infrastructure, they may not have heard this name at all. So I will spend some time, rather than going into the study material which is already provided, I would like to spend some time on Kubernetes engine. Even before we start with the lab, let me take you to a brief presentation. Okay, so I don't have that slide here, but no worries, we will talk from the lab itself. So let me open the lab here. Let me see if they have given an image. Okay, so I have a extensive image for making you understand the Kubernetes. So what I will do is I will take for a pause for 2 minutes. I will bring it on my slide, and then we will talk about it. In the meantime, if you have already started with it, I assume many of you may have started with our Cloud Shell, which hardly took 10 minutes to complete as such in terms of like doing the actual, creating the actual VM and setting up the environment and stuff like that. You can complete it. For those who are comfortable, can progress on others as well. But within 2 minutes, I will start with some, because I want to talk about a little bit more about Kubernetes before going into the lab. So I will take a pause of 2 minutes and then we'll be back again.
Okay, so if you're watching, discussion is still happening on Discord. I still get questions about getting access to the platform, so I'll give it another quick walkthrough. Once you join Discord, once you click the link and register, you'll be taken to this welcome page and the rules page. And then make sure you go to the bottom of the rules and then click this green icon, and then you'll be added to join the rest of the server. So once you're there, you can see obviously there's a conversation happening here based on the Cloud Study Jam. And if you want video or audio support, you can join one of the QA lobbies, or just join the discussion that's happening live on the stage 1 or stage 2. One other thing, if you click mark as red, 1 second, if you click this pin messages, you'll see all the other information that we put up. For example, the code for this session. So it's activated today. Even if you don't get a chance to complete all the quests, make sure you complete at least one lab, so that way it'll unlock, and then you'll have access to Qwiklabs for a little while. So, and one more thing I want to share is, let me see whether Ben's profile is available. Okay, let me see. Bring this here. All right, so Ben is one of our tutors, and you can see all his badges that he completed, all the quests he completed, and the badges that he gained. So he's done 170 labs, 15 completed quests, and each and every one of these is listed here. Now, this is amazing if you want to, if you're looking for work, if you want to share this or attach this to your resume, you're welcome to do that. So as you complete more of these quests, you will get some of these labs will be unlocked, badges will be unlocked. So today you're going to try to unlock this. And then as you keep completing more labs, you'll get more credits, and you can keep doing it till you get tired of it. So back to you, Wimo.
One more minute, Mitusha. I'm just downloading the updated file.
Oh, yeah, no worries. I can take a question here. I haven't started. So Rahul asked, I haven't started any of them. Will it be fine to do after once done with the current going session? Yes, it's totally up to you. But try to get, I think the code is going to be active for today only. So make sure to take advantage of that and at least finish 1 or 2 labs. And then the more labs you do, more things will get unlocked. So keep that in mind. And after that, if you want to go to a different quest, for example, if you want to start doing some machine learning things, you're welcome to do that. It's totally up to you. Any other questions, please put on the chat or join the Discord server. We're more than happy to answer, and there are a few of our DSC leads who are joining as well to help you out. And for those who just joined in and didn't see any of our promo stuff, we have a few other events coming up. So if you go to Study Jams, this link, bit.ly.studyjams.tsc, we're running a second session on the 24th. In 2 weeks' time, we're going to be covering baseline infrastructure. And on the 14th of this month, which is next Wednesday, we have Dr. John Hennessy joining us to have a discussion with our students. So those who don't know who Dr. John Hennessy is, he's the chairman of the board for Alphabet. So Alphabet is the parent company for Google. And then he's going to join us live. So we are taking questions. So if you have any questions, go to this link. There's instruction as to how you can send your questions to him. He used to be the president for Stanford University, and he's been on the board for Google for a long time. And now he's the chairman of the board for Alphabet. So technically, I always say that. So Sundar Pichai has to report to him when they do have board meetings and things like that. So he gets to see Google and what's happening in the tech space in a very high level. So send your questions in. We'll be more than happy to accommodate some of those questions during that session. Vimal, you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So thanks, Madhusha, for filling in additional information while I took this time. So can you hear me, Madhusha?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, great. Yeah, because I thought I was on mute. I just checked it. So we are good. All right. So I will start with the slide where we had left in the initial presentation. So I had a couple of more information because I knew we have tons of information on Qwiklabs, but in terms of context setting, I wanted to provide some more information what is not there in Qwiklabs. So Kubernetes is very important. I will not say this is a basic of cloud computing because it is definitely at the next level. In order to understand Kubernetes, one has to understand how infrastructure support or the infrastructure of IT industry works. In case if you're not familiar with that, still you may find certain terms which tomorrow when you will learn it, you will correlate it. So yeah, so I will be spending less time on the labs now because by now you must be familiar. I will only talk about the areas where it is important, but I will definitely spend good 2, 3, 5 minutes on Kubernetes here. Because I feel it is important for particularly people who are willing to be an architect, who are willing to write exams at those level, even for ACE exam or DevOps exam. This concept is pretty much important, and you may have a lot of questions and a lot of uses in real world as well. So let's try to understand this. Let's start with the definition, how it says, and then we'll get back to the practical understanding of it. So
very quickly, Vimal, would you also be able to explain to the students what DevOps is and why it's important?
Well, I can, but that's a very long topic. Like, if we have to actually make them understand, but to keep it simple, if I have to say, let's segregate the word DevOps, development and operations. Long back, if the folks who are aware, who may have read even in work, when we had the waterfall model of deployments, waterfall model of software development lifecycle, each functional departments used to work separately. The developers will do the development and nothing else, and they will move it to the testers. Testers will do the testing, and testers and developers will not be talking to each other. And there was a reason outlining that so that somebody can give it a completely different view when the development work is being tested. Same applies when tested components goes to production, is deployed over there. There is operations team which will do the maintenance, which will do the deployment, which will take care of the finished product which has been tested. That was the generic structure in the software development lifecycle. Eventually, it was realized that the changes are happening much faster than ever. You are deploying new features and new component every day. And at the same time, the concept of agile and a sprint came, where you started breaking down the requirement into smaller chunks and having a multiple deployment rather than having a quarterly, semi-annual or annual deployment, which was a general practice a decade back or much before. That brought into a concept that it's not necessary to not necessary for development team and the operations team to work in silos. Rather, they can collaborate together and work together to meet the common objective to provide the best feature, faster feature, and flawless feature to the end customer. So DevOps is, I will not, many people think DevOps is a team nowadays, there's hiring. I will rather say, and I guess many people will agree, that DevOps is pretty much a mindset where you, either you are in development or in operations, you look from the perspective where end customer is getting best of the benefit. And that can happen when you have a complete eagle view on what the operations is doing, what development is doing. People know each other's work. They can suggest in each other's work. Earlier, this was not the working practice. People did not used to see operations and development team will not sit together most of the time. But in the concept of DevOps, they will sit together. They will talk about the issues, the bug that has came. They will get on the same call the moment the issue happens. So this shift in mindset about solving a customer's problem by collaborating together is what has led to something called DevOps. It needs a lot of understanding around infrastructure. It needs understanding around development, and it also needs understanding of the operations. If somebody has a broader understanding of all these three, they are capable of providing solution from thinking from all perspective. That's pretty much what DevOps. I mean, it's a complete session of a whole day. We can talk about it. Yeah, but to make somebody like understand from a very basic point of view, you can understand that okay, this is a blend of development and operations coming together. This is the place where a lot of automation comes into a scope, where we identify what are the routine of pattern of work, the routine activity in operations team, what can be developed, what can be automated. Pretty much hope it gives some sense to somebody who has not heard of more about it. So now, since we have talking about DevOps, let me correlate what I explained with Kubernetes here. If you want to do something like that, where there is a very fast paced development happening and very fast paced deployment happening, and the operations is also looking into maintenance of that piece of work, so that means there needs to be a system which facilitates this movement of code or the functionality from development till deployment without having much of manual intervention. Because the moment we will have much of bottlenecks or manual intervention, it will delay the process. It will, like many of you may have heard that many companies like Google, Amazon, they do like thousands and sometimes millions of deployments every day in their different framework. It keeps on happening all the time. So how do they manage that, right? Earlier, there used to be a deployment window where it could be monthly or week or quarterly or early, where they will only do deployment then, otherwise they will not make change in the existing system. But now it's just happening at mostly like the real time. So that is where Kubernetes comes into picture. And good that you asked, because I can now correlate the entire idea that I proposed here with the definition which I have. Kubernetes is, first of all, open source container orchestration system. Now, folks who are new may find what is container, what is orchestration, then what is container orchestration. For now, let's assume that is a term. If you don't know, let's park our thought over there. Let's assume that is just a term. Kubernetes is an open source container orchestration system. For what? This is important. For automating application deployment, scaling, and management. So pretty much what I talked about, what is needed for DevOps is taken care by this. Now, how is a different question, but certainly Kubernetes, when it comes to Kubernetes, we are basically talking about automating application deployment, scaling it up, and then managing it. It was originally designed by Google, and now is maintained by Cloud Native Computing Foundation. So originally it is a Google product, but now, as you may see on the screen, it is maintained by Cloud Native Computing Foundation. So if we further try to simplify this, it is a group of machines say for example, virtual machines, VM for that matter, and containerized applications. When we say containerized application, you may also call it like Dockerized. Now, Dockerized, what it is, if you don't know, again, park your thoughts for container orchestration and park your thoughts for a Dockerized or containerized. We will talk about that. It will help you to easily manage those apps across the machine. One thing I'm sure that whatever I said in last 2 minutes, what you can definitely understand is automating an application deployment, scaling, and managing. If we have to do this, we can use something like Kubernetes. So even without knowing what container orchestration is, what containerized application is, what Dockerized application is, still at least you understand what automation of deployment would look like, what would scaling would look like, and what managing an application would look like. Now let's shift our focus to the right side, which is the this diagram where we will try to understand what happens here. So we have the end users who will use the application. Now the application may be doing multiple things. The state of application could be like at the same time, there could be something in production, something being deployed right now, something being developed at the moment. So there could be different version of application, different functionality is spread across the application. And the end user is having access to the latest version, what has been deployed, and the functionality that they are exposed to. Now, for any application, end user is first of all interacting with a load balancer. And we have a lab for load balancer. The last lab is for load balancer also. So we will talk about that in detail. But to keep it into perspective, when you are having traffic from your end users, like your end user is using the application, the more number of users use the application, the more traffic it will cause. Now, you don't want to divert all the traffic, which creates a load on your application system all the time. So you want a parallel system up and running. Say, for example, if I have a web application and it can support 1,000 users at a time. Now, at times, if it starts increasing, I will rather have 2 parallel applications, 2 parallel servers up and running so that my load can be distributed. And now you can say that, why don't you increase the capacity of your server itself? Instead of 1,000, make it 10,000. Yes, that can be done. But what if something goes wrong to that particular server itself? That means my capacity will become 0. So I will, rather than scaling it vertically, I will try to scale it horizontally. And we have talked about the horizontal and vertical scaling in the previous description. I will try to have more systems so that even if my one system goes down or something happens, network issues, whatever issue possibly it may happen, still I can have another server up and running so that I can work on it. What did we do right now when we had like in between Ram took a couple of sessions and he had an issue, a momentary issue where the screen was not coming very properly. It was a bit blurred. Since we are 2 or 3 presenters right now, I could have immediately taken over, which I had started that point of time, that if anything happens while he's presenting, I can start from that point. Or if while I'm presenting, if anything happens right now, my connectivity gets lost or my audio is not proper or anything unusual, somebody else can take care of it. So we have balanced our load at the moment, where we'll make sure that our participants will have least interruption, or most of the cases uninterrupted flow of information or whatever objective they have to meet. So that is where our load balancer comes into picture, which will balance out the load. How does it work? That is a separate discussion, but the concept wise, this is the case. Now this load balancer will speak to something that we call node. We can have one node. Most of the time we will have more than one node. And this we will call generally a node pool if we have like multiple nodes working together. Now, what does a node include? It has something called pods. Pods are nothing but the basic, the minimum functional unit for an application. You can write a piece of code, it can do tremendous thing. But you can break down your piece of code into smaller units, into different functionalities. But the first functional unit or any piece of code that minimum does one functionality, serves one purpose, we can call it like a pod. Now, that particular pod is a functionality which will reach out to the end user. But in order to bring that functionality to the end user, something has to manage it. It could be a scheduler, like what time that functionality should be active, what time it should not be active. What are the resources that functionality will need, what it has to connect it at the back end. There can be a number of resources that may be needed and may be provided in case-to-case basis, on a scenario-case basis. So that means it has to talk to something which manages it. So this particular node will also have something called kubelet, which will help these services, the functionality, manage, automate, schedule, will do all those sort of things. And in order to manage these kubelets, what we are calling like small part of Kubernetes, it will be managed by something called Kube API server. Kube API server will talk to all these kubelets, which in return will be managing all these pods, container, runtime, and system services altogether. And this Kube server, in order to manage that, it needs some inputs. This input can come from controller manager or a scheduler, or there can be other different segments of control plane, and the control plane is what actually controls the entire system. So these all will provide the right information. Kube server will manage these kubelets. Kubelets will further internally manage this node. So this is nothing but an internal arrangement, how automated system will work. Because if we have a system like this, there is a little human interference that is needed. If we are able to make something like this, the end user will get immediate response. If there is any change, version upgrade happening, downgrade happening, or whatsoever is happening, that will happen almost at the real time, because everything is already well managed and well organized. Otherwise, if we don't do so, in order to provide the same functionality to end user, probably we have to place a lot of people on their toes just to respond to whatever requests are coming and making sure that it goes on time. If there is any issue, there is least delay. Just imagine the kind of workload that will increase to individuals, and that cannot be as efficient as something which is scheduled. So I try to give you a perspective around how an application in the production environment in industry may look like. Now this was just one brief example, and we can go in much detail, but right now we will not do so. In a specific events for DevOps or Kubernetes, we will talk in more detail. You have a complete quest for Kubernetes itself. That is around 6 or 7 hours of quest only to talk about Kubernetes. So certainly I cannot cover all those items in this 5 minutes of thing, but I wanted to give you a view because your next lab is related to Kubernetes. Now you can run the command in the lab, but you will not know exactly what you are running. So better to have some theoretical understanding as well. Yeah, the big courtesy comes from Platform 9, who have developed this this image. All right. So some of the key terms that we have seen here: Kubernetes is a cluster and container management tool. Now, again, you may think what is cluster and container, but by name, you can also, it also indicates, it looks like there's something like group of things. Now, when you hear the word container, though we are not going to talk in detail, but still to give you a perspective here, you may have heard of the shipping container. This word has been derived from the same concept. So a shipping container can have a number of different items, organized or disorganized in whatever way, but when it comes to the ship, it is organized. It's very easy for a ship to manage a container, rather than if you dump all those things inside the container directly on the ship. It will be very difficult to manage, because first thing you will be keeping on it while it comes to the port. How do you take it out? But when we there is a reason why all shipping are using a certain not rectangular, let me say, the containers of a certain shape and size, because at least the maintaining, keeping the merchandise or the shipment into a container, putting it on a ship and taking it out and then further segregating is much easier than putting it all together in a ship. The same applies here. We can have a concept of container. In that container, we can have virtual machines, we can have nodes, we can have a number of things tied in together in such a way that functions as a single unit. Now, that single unit will do one particular job, or may do a list of jobs. So that is the concept of container. Cluster, as the name suggests, can be name given to a group of things. What exactly is the group of things? At the moment, you may assume it could be like a group of virtual machines, but may not necessarily be limited to that. It lets you deploy containers to clusters, meaning a network of virtual machine. Or you can also, for the sake of understanding, understand as a group of virtual machine. Now, what are the pods? Pods are the smallest deployable unit of computing that can be created and managed in Kubernetes. That is what we spoke about in the previous screen. These are the smallest deployable unit. I mean, you cannot break it down further if you want to deploy it. This should be the minimum one to qualify it for pods. Containers are the forms of operating system virtualization. Now, we talked about the VM, like the virtual machine, the virtualization using the hypervisor. We were talking about one machine. But if we have the complete operating system virtualization, we can call it a container, because that will act as a platform to have all the applications and all the other resources tied in together. Now, container orchestration that we read in the definition earlier is the automatic process of managing or scheduling the work of individual containers for applications based on microservices within multiple clusters. Now, going back to this place, if end user is using a service, and we can call it a microservice because probably it's service solving one problem for the end user, and that problem solving may come from the pod. In order to manage that, we are having this Cube server, which is further getting associated with control managed scheduler. The entire mechanism that you see here, this is container orchestration, because it is an automatic process of managing and scheduling the work. So the entire process that we talked about in one term, because if I don't use container orchestration term, what option do I have? I have the option to call it automatic process of managing and scheduling the work. We can enhance further. But rather than calling all of it, the moment I say container orchestration, you can understand what I mean. Because when I say container orchestration, I mean automation, I mean scheduling, I mean organizing resources. I mean a lot of other things that is part of container orchestration. In a single word, I can give a view what exactly we mean to, which otherwise will take me to explain the entire diagram here. So next time you hear the word container orchestration, you can visualize something which is being well managed, automated, which is very efficient, which is working with manual human intervention, which is very accurate. So these are the thoughts that should come to your mind from the IT architecture point of view. Now, what is a Docker? And this is the term you may hear again and again. Is a containerization platform, and Kubernetes is a container orchestrator for container platform like Docker. If you don't understand the movement because you're not familiar with these terms, it's okay. But it's at least good to know that there are terms like Docker and a containerization platform. We will be talking about in detail when we have the quest related to this. And Qwiklabs, we already talked, the functions as the local agent that watches the pod specs while the Kubernetes API server. The Qwiklabs here, it watches the pod specs and is managed by Kube's API server, which is further being associated and related to instructions coming from controller manager and scheduler. Other few terms that you may like to know is what is a deployment. It is an YAML object. YAML is nothing but just like your another coding language, you can say, which is very simple, which is literally syntax free. And when you see a YAML code, you will see that how simple it is, and that's why it is being adopted right now pretty much for deployments. It defines the pods and the number of the container instance called replicas. For each pod, now you can have something called replica set, which is part of the deployment object. For example, if a node is running a pod dies, the replica set will ensure that another pod is scheduled on another available node. So coming back to this screen, if this pod dies for any reason, is not functional, it is the beauty of the replica set, which works inherently as part of the broader architecture, which will bring up another pod or another node with similar efficiency and similar configuration. Then there is a concept of namespace, which allow you to create virtual cluster on top of the physical cluster. So the very idea of cluster that we had, there can be virtual clusters as well. Again, clusters you can assume as a group of virtual machines along with other entities. And labels are the key value pair that you can assign to pods and other objects in Kubernetes. So you don't necessarily need to remember all of them. Right now, my idea was just to make you familiar with these terms because these are important when we are trying to understand Kubernetes. So I will quickly shift back to our lab here. Okay, Kubernetes quick start, because now when I start it, you will find it more relatable to what is the content here. So if I go below, it talked about cluster orchestration, Kubernetes engine, which we already discussed, the concept of load balancing, node pools, automatic scaling, automatic updates, node autopair. So these are the different terms that we will be using here, and we will see how. So I will quickly start the lab, and I will run it very quickly because concept-wise we have discussed it. It's just a matter of where we can get stuck. So it says like 30 minutes of lab, but it should not take me more than 6-7 minutes to complete the quest from the completion point of view. However, for you to understand, you can always complete the quest, and suggestion is that you further redo it for a broader understanding. So so if you see in the first part of the lab, for all the labs, it is all same, which you are already familiar by now. Use another account, and this is your navigation menu. This is your Cloud Shell. You are already familiar. So we will begin from here. And while it is still starting, this is another gcloud command, which will give you the list of all the accounts related with this particular project. Further, it will give you a list of all project, gcloud config list project. So this is just to see that we are in the right project. And then setting up default compute zone. Now that is the command gcloud config set compute zone, and give the name. That is how you can set up zone. In the previous lab, when I was talking, we talked about how you can go to the GCP project profile, and then you can see the current zone and region. But once you have the zone and region, you can set it to a different zone and region as well by using this gcloud. So let me agree. All right. So I will activate Cloud Shell and continue while it is connecting. So till here, you will not have any issues anyway. And this is the point when we are creating the cluster. Now, even without getting the detail, say, even if you don't understand something called cluster, at the moment, if you think as a group of virtual machine or other related entities, you will have a fair idea how to make use of the syntax, like gcloud, container, cluster, create. This is a very simple syntax for gcloud commands. So those who are not used to may not find it difficult to remember it, nor they will find it difficult to correlate when they have a command. Now, only one question you may have in your mind: what is cluster? I don't understand it. So at this point, it is still fine because we have not spoken about cluster in depth. But what you know is that if somebody asks you to create a cluster, can you create it? Do you know the command? At least you are familiar with that particular process. Okay, here we are. And let me shift to another window. So I will begin from top quickly from here. I will quickly run it while I do so. So this command is to list all the associated account. It will show me all the account. Okay, let me authorize it. I can see my account here, and then this will list all the project. And the project is same ID ending with B80. So I can see the project ID. It's the same command. The reason they are giving it all the time because in the real world you will have to make sure you are working in the right project. So kind of Qwiklabs is trying to get into the practice of checking the project ID so that we don't make a mistake. So it is updated. It says updated property. This is done. Now next, creating a Kubernetes engine cluster. So what we are doing right now is just like you create your instance with a name. Let me use my name, Vim, and what's the date today? 10/10/10/10. Let me see. Sometimes it may have a naming convention for certain names that we will take up later on. But at the moment, you can use your own name, whatever name you want to create, and you need to remember the name that you are creating. So it may take a couple of minutes to deploy the cluster. While it is deploying, then I will check my progress here. So while we are waiting for it, you may try to understand from the perspective that what is a cluster, right? Because these terms you will get more familiar. The moment you are talking about Kubernetes, you are talking about cluster, containers. We did talk about containers, the shipping, and correlated with shipping containers here. So we have to understand from perspective of why do we even need to have a cluster. Now, the reason could be simple. A simple virtual machine may not serve the purpose when it comes to a broader deployment. So you need to have more than one virtual machines, and just virtual machines may not be sufficient enough to perform the activity. So the group of all those virtual machines plus other entities, when they work together, we can call them something like cluster. Theoretically, a cluster of virtual machine, whether it be physical, I mean, this cluster is not necessarily a term of the cloud. Even in the conventional data center, you may use the concept of cluster, which where the group of physical hosts that can basically we can use this to protect the entire system against software failures or hardware failures or any physical machine by replacing a cluster node with a different host. So even if you have to develop load balancing, you may like to create a cluster so that you have all necessary things available.
Does anybody have any questions they want to share or ask? Sorry.
So what you see right now is the wait time because it's creating the cluster and it's checking few things. So that is the only time we have to wait. Syntax wise, you will not find it difficult because all the commands are given. Understanding it may take a couple of attempts. Let me in the meantime see if there was any question on the YouTube. I can see most of the question around the badges. For badges, anyway, already Madhusha has showed, and there would be folks helping out. But you will also find it almost all the channel. Even I will post a direct link on YouTube as well as Meetup, so that you know how to add your badges to your LinkedIn profile. Okay, so our cluster is created, and the cluster also has just like your just like your VM, your instance, you have your master IP and machine type and everything here. Now going back, check my progress. All right, so once the cluster is completed, I can check this and I can see a score here 25. And similarly, the next command is to get authentication credentials. Now, in order to access that cluster, you need to get authentication credentials. So we can run this command. Make sure that you change the name to what cluster we had created. Can. That is done. Deploying application. Now, this is to create a deployment hello server app on that. So we are deploying an app on that. Once we have created the cluster, load balancing, everything that is internal will be taken care of it by itself. And check my progress. Okay, so it looks like something is still missing. You should have did it stage? Yeah, okay. Sometimes it may take a while to refresh. Stage created. Yeah, so it just took a while to refresh because remember, this Qwiklabs is talking to what is being done here internally, and that is where it is finding out whether I did the right thing, and you can see the score up. So further to this, there's a concept called exposing the deployment. Like once you have created a cluster, you have created this yeah, you have got the authentication credentials on that. You have created a deployment. I mean, you have deployed an application on that. Further, you may like to expose it. Means if you may know, in when we are making a web application, there's a concept of publishing it. You may create it, but unless you publish it, it will not be available to public. So that is this expose is similar to that. Now, since we have exposed, it will be available for any resources to make a call. Okay, now you can see what are the services that is running on it. This is a simple cluster, so you will not have a lot of service. And you can see external IPs pending here. So at this point, the external IP has not created, that is the load balancer. And for Kubernetes, you can see the cluster IP. So the moment, see, why we even have to create this cluster? If I would not create this cluster, that means I will be creating this load balancer individually. I will be creating this Kubernetes cluster IP individually. I will be setting up all the IPs individually, and then I can make it work. But the concept of cluster allow me to create it all at the same time with a single command. I will run the same command again, because in the previous time when I ran, it was pending external IP. It was not created completely. Now it's not pending. I can see that I have external IP. So this is one thing which may not be there on your lab description. Just to take a note that if you see something, so what you have to learn from this is, whenever you execute a command, read what is there, try to understand what's happening, and when you get a result, read that one as well to understand what's happening.
Ram, we got a Vima, we got a question. Is it normal that the time of creating a cluster is longer than the presenter? I'm been waiting for a while. Alicia.
It can depend on a number of regions. Again, we have to understand one is more, that right now we are in a shared environment. We all are using the same resource pool that is coming via this code. Now, the number of users who are trying to do it at the same time will impact the time as well. If I try to do the same thing, say for example tomorrow, probably it will be much faster. But right now, many of us would be trying to access the same resource all at the same time, because the Google doesn't have unlimited resources in that matter. But the resource that has been taken for the training, that is limited, and that is being accounted for. So that definitely causes some delay, because we all may be trying to use the same resource at the same time. So usually in the professional work arena, this may not take much time, because again, that time we are paying exactly for the service we are getting, right? And right now we have a pool of things for learning purpose. So do not worry if it is taking more time. It's pretty usual, particularly in the workshops like this. All right. So now when I have the external IP, I can check that externally, and it will show me something like that. I'm not going to do that, because there are a number of ways you can check your IP, which is accessed. You are getting this hello world because we deployed this hello world here. Get cluster, get authentication. Yeah, you deployed this hello server, and that is having the default information like this. When you will have your own web application, you will see like you can create your complete, full functional, automated, organized web application within 20-30 minutes or less than that, actually. Right now, we are talking while we are doing, and that's why it may take some more time. All right, and at last, do the cleanup. And it will definitely ask for a confirmation. Cleanup is like you, okay, so anyway, it will give me an error, and you may take a note that I directly tried to paste and execute. I did not change the cluster name. So it will not identify the name cluster name. I have to change it. So even if I say yes, ideally it will give me some error saying that cluster name not found. It gave me an error, right? Now I will correct it. I will make it. Okay. So this time it will again ask me a confirmation. I will say yes, and it should be able to delete it. Deletion will also take a while because it will be deleting the load balancer, the Kubernetes setup, and all other. It may take another like 1 minute or similar time as it took while creation. Generally, deletion time would be less than creation time, but still it will take some reasonable time. So this pretty much would be the last activity. So the steps are simple. Executing these steps will not be a problem. There's no reason why you may not be able to complete this lab. Yeah, understanding this will take more time. So I will wait for it. And Madhusha, like we are 3, we have got a bit delayed. Is it okay if we like keep it like same pace, or you want to make it faster and complete like?
It's totally up to you. I think everybody's still engaged. They're still asking questions on Discord, yeah. So plus we want to keep this recording going. So
my suggestion is, Vimal, probably we should give a high-level walkthrough of the next lab, which is on the load balancer, I believe, right? And once we walk through, people should be able to do it on their own. So we don't want to hold people longer time, but at the same time, to do our due diligence, let's give a high level walkthrough of every step by step of the fifth lab, and maybe I can do it faster as well if you would like to.
Okay,
So
sure.
at least they
So
get a
let
chance
me.
to see it, and they will get a good understanding about the load balances concepts as well. But they can still go back and do it, or they can do it as I do. Shouldn't take more than 15 minutes max.
All right, sure. So I guess it will take another hardly. I don't think we even need to wait for it because it will do a deletion and it will complete my progress. So that should be fine. I don't think necessarily I need to wait for this. So Ram, maybe you can take over. And yeah, we also have planned to run a Mentis quiz at the end. So just allow 5 minutes for that. I guess it would be engaging for participants who have been staying with
There's a price.
3 hours, right? It will be at least there has to be some fun with some learning.
So there is a price. Is that what I heard?
Yes, there will be a prize. At least one from GDG Cloud Toronto, and rest Madhusha can tell.
Okay. All right. Okay. So without no further ado, is it okay if I take over the screen sharing and get started
Yeah,
with?
sure. You can take it because it will just do the deletion and we have to complete it. I don't think it stops us. I don't have to necessarily show that it will work because it will definitely work. And if anybody will have any issue, we will take it off from the communication channel. So Ram, go ahead and you can start with the last lab.
Okay. Just give me one quick second.
I'm stopping sharing now from my side. Okay,
Perfect.
I think it's already done. So
while Ram is getting set up, yeah, we're still active on Discord.
All right, so just to show you guys, since while we were talking, it's completed, score is 100, and I can end the lab. So it's gonna be real fast, quick, and I will repeat, practice, practice, and practice again. All right, Ram, over to you.
Okay, perfect. So just to confirm, do you guys see the screen?
Yes, we do.
Okay, perfect. So at this point, guys, you should all be able to see a green check mark against your first 4 labs. And I'm assuming there is an optional lab. You can always skip optional labs. But at this point, you should have a green check mark against each of your labs that you have completed. If you have not completed for any reason, do not worry, do not panic. The most important thing is you understanding the concept from the trainer. And you can always do it at your own pace, right? So what matters is what the concepts that are being explained. So now the last and the interesting lab that we are going to do is on load balances. So if you are ever imagining yourself to become an architect or even to become a developer, you need to be very familiar about the concepts around load balancer. So there is no architecture today on the enterprise level, no matter how big or small it is. You will always find load balances infused as part of routing your traffic based on the network variables, and also based on some application variables. You will find some traffics being routed. Now, to give a quick introduction about load balances. So here we are talking about 2 different load balancers. We are going to set up a network load balancer. We are going to set up a HTTP application load balancer. And we're going to understand how load balancer works on Google Cloud Platform. Now, for people who are pretty familiar with OSI model, I'm pretty sure a lot of you at this point should be aware of what an OSI model is. So in the OSI model, a topology that we use, layer 4 is where network load balancer comes in, and layer 7 is where the application load balancer comes in. So just to quickly show you guys OSI model. So this is the OSI model, right? The open system interconnection model is what we call as OSI model. So as I said before, it's layer 3 or 4, you will have network load balancer, and your application load balancer will act on layer 7, right? So what does this do? So what do you mean by network load balancer? So in this particular lab, they have detailed explained you what is a network load balancer. It's on layer 4. An application load balancer, HTTP, both HTTP and HTTPS. It's on layer 7. So to give you an example of what a network load balancer is, it's pretty simple and straightforward, right? So imagine you are entering an URL. My network load balancer will look at certain variables, such as what is this IP address of this request, the source request coming in, and what port should I use for this IP address. So the IP address and the routing path, the ports that needs to be used for this particular request, those are my network variables, which are configured on network level load balancers. Now, on level layer 7, it's mostly specific to application level routing that kicks in. So now we are going to do this lab, and I'm going to just start this lab. It has 40 minutes. We will not spend as much time like 40 minutes here. So you guys feel free to start the lab as I'm going to start. So feel free to start the lab. And the first few steps of the lab are pretty similar to what you have done so far. If you are very interested about learning the load balances, which you must definitely learn, make sure you go through these hyperlinks. It will give you a very good understanding about both network load balancer, TCP protocols, and also the application level load balancing concepts in depth. And if you are and the different types of load balancing, there is different types in which you can do load balancing. Sometimes it could be based on frequency, based on geography you want to do load balancing. For example, imagine you want all the requests coming from US to go to a particular server based on the geographical location. You want all the requests coming from, let's say, Ukraine to go to a different server. So you're kind of diverging the traffic based on the source IP, the request, or the geographical location. Based on that, you can do a load balancing. So that's just a simple example, right? So there are different ways you can use load balancing, cross-region load balancing. Sometimes you might say, based on the volume, you want to do load balancing. Server 1 has hit 70% of requests. When 70% of requests are being handled by server 1, I want to start another server automatically. Auto scaling happens, and then give another remaining 30% of the. So based on the volume, you can also do load balancing. So there are a number of such load balancing techniques, configurations available to you when you are working or imagining yourself to become an architect. Definitely, I highly encourage you guys to go through this, learn this, make sure that you understand the concepts of load balancing. How do I configure load balancing at a port level? So make sure you understand all of that, right? So don't take this as a granted, because this is very important if you're ever imagining yourself to become an architect. Now, scrolling down, the first few steps, pretty common. So I'm going to skip it because you are pretty familiar with, starting the lab, going into the cloud, clicking on the cloud shell at this point, and using the same commands that we have done for all 4 labs above, right? Which is listing your project ID, listing your username, and then you will start doing some instructions here, right? So now I'm going to log in into my cloud console. Quickly copy the username and password. And if you guys are seeing a blood screen, do let me know. All right. So now, as a first step, what we are going to do here is if you have to learn the concept of load balancer, it's very obvious that I need to have a lot of web servers, because with one web server, or when I say web server, it's implicit that I'm talking about Nginx web server, which means it has to have a virtual machine in which it's installed. So I'm talking about at least one virtual machine having an Nginx web server installed in it. Now, if I have to learn about load balancing concept, obviously there has to be one or more than one web server at least, so that we can configure the load balancing and see how the load balancing happens between 2 or more servers. So in here, their first step, they are invoking the cloud shell. They are setting the default zone to be US Central. And remember, if I set a zone, I don't have to specify the region. For every zone, the default region is implicit. You don't have to worry about it if you're setting a zone. So once you log in, feel free to go ahead, invoke your cloud shell, because most of what we are going to do with using cloud shell, because it's going to involve creating multiple virtual machine and installing Nginx web servers. This is a typical example of what we discussed in the first or the second lab. that when I have to create multiple instances, I will not be using my Google Cloud Console GUI. Rather, I will use my Cloud Shell, uh, which is much faster, right?
Ram, we
So
got a question.
yeah.
Is load balances also in TCP IP file layer models?
Yes. So there is two load balancer, as I said before, right? You have a network load balancer, you have a HTTPS application level load balancer. Your network load balancer is nothing but TCP/IP, right? Your protocols, your TCP/IP, your ports based on the IPs, those are all on your network load balancing level. Those kind of load balancing happens based on your network variables. Likewise, you have HTTP, which is application level load balancing. Uh, as I said before, go through those two hyperlinks. You have tons of videos available for you to understand with example, and it is not going to just tell you the two types of load balancing. It's also going to tell you the different types of load balancing. So I mean the techniques based on which you can do load balancing, as I said, based on geography, based on volume, based on language, you can do load balancing. For example, all requests that are French based requests must go to this particular server. Any request that is like English must go to this particular server. So you can do language based, you can do geography based on the source IP address from which country it's originating. So you can do load balancing based on the volume that you want to see being handled by a particular server. You never want your servers to be crashing. So you always want your servers to have only 70% of the CPU utilization. Remaining, once it hits 70% volume, you just want to transfer all the requests to the next web server. So, and in the best benefit of the cloud is you can do it on the fly rather than on premise, where I have to have at least 5 servers if I have to make sure that it is distributed in that format. But with cloud, the benefit is it waits until it hits 70%. When it gets closer, automatically you can spin another web server and all the traffics are routed to that. So you're not paying for a server which is not handling a request in real time. So you pay as you go. So that's a typical example, right? So now moving forward, I'm just simply going to invoke my Cloud Shell. And at this point, I want to emphasize once again, always remember SSH within a particular virtual machine is different from a Cloud Shell in your Google Cloud account. Both are different. It's not the same, though it's both looks like a command shell window. It serves different purpose, right? So in this case, I'm going to set up my default zone to be US Central. So the commands are pretty obvious. You don't have to by heart any command. You're using gcloud utility command. Your configuration, compute zone, you're setting it to Central A zone. So, and you can see I've skipped a few things like setting up the project ID and things like that, because I'm just pretty kind of overconfident at this point of time, but it's always a good practice that you don't skip any of those commands. All right. And okay, so in here, they're setting the default region, which you don't have to when you set a zone. Okay, now let's look at this command, right? So they're creating multiple web servers using Cloud Shell command. Okay. So let me first copy this command. So this is in Cloud Shell. And people who are familiar with startup script. So what is a startup script, right? So you know that there is a way where I can embed. So in Windows computer, if I go into MS config, you know there is a way I can add a startup script. So every time my computer starts, automatically that script will start running. Or you can put it in your operating system drive path in the root. So when you write a script, automatically it starts working. So in here, similar to that, they are adding a startup script here. So let me maximize the screen. Okay, so what does this startup script do? So far at this point, what have we done? We have simply logged in. We have just invoked the Cloud Shell. Now, I need to install at least one web server to start with. and I have to have, for a web server, I need to have a virtual machine started. So the cat command will create end of file. You can also use cat command to create a file. It's not just for concatenation, it's also to create a file. You can use cat command for multiple purposes. In here, they are using cat command, an empty file called EOF, end of file, and name of the file is stored in startup.sh. So that's your startup file, within which the first step or the first instruction is they're telling create, update an operating system, install an Nginx web server in that, start the Nginx service, explicitly calling out and start the service. Once you start the service, create a file index.nginx debian html. And this is the path in which you have to create. So simply take the command, execute it. So at this point, what's happening is it's creating an Nginx web server and setting up the file name index.nginx.html. Perfect. Now you're going to create an instant template which will use this startup script. So what have you done at this point? Remember, you have simply created a startup script, nothing else, right? This is just a script. When you call the script, then these instructions will get executed. So in here, just remember, you have simply created a file. You have not created a virtual machine, nor you have installed an Nginx. These are all instructions that you have just created, and this is the end of file. It's simply a file. Now, I'm going to create an instance template which will use this startup script, so that I don't have to go into every virtual machine and say, okay, install Nginx, start the Nginx, create this file. I don't have to do it every time. I'm simply putting it as a startup script, and I'm using an instance template. An instance template is kind of like, people who are familiar with, it's just a kind of like a setup. You have already configured with a certain variables saying this is the number of, remember, the CPUs that needs to be available. This is the operating system, all that is pre-created for you. And the name of the template is Nginx template. So gcloud instance templates, create a template from the file and use the startup script to install a web server. So at this point, I'm creating an instance template. And you can simply Google what is an instance template. It will help you understand what is an instance template, what is an instance group. So there is two different things here: instance template, instance group. You will be able to understand it a bit more in detail if you read those articles.
Ram, I can notice that this one got disconnected for some reason. You can see Cloud Shell, not the project ID. So maybe you may like to either reconnect or.
Okay. Okay. So it's pretty clear, right? Remember, by default, the project ID is not set up. So I have to set up. So there is two ways you can set up the project ID. One, simply choose the project ID from the drop down, or there is a command using which you can set the project ID. Both works fine. So So the project ID is nothing but the project ID that you get from your Qwiklabs. So in case if you are encountering this error, just make sure that, and there are times that you will see this, and this is kind of really like sporadic. Sometimes you will see it, sometimes you will not see it. So in case if you ever encounter an error due to the project ID, just simply take this command, gcloud config set project, and then pass your project ID from your Qwiklabs account. And that will update your project ID, and then you should be good to go. So now if I go back and list my project ID, it will show the project ID because that's the variable that we have set up. So make sure that you are setting up your own project ID and you are able to see the project ID, and that's important. And sometimes you don't have to do this. Sometimes you will get this error. It's a known kind of like an error. It comes sporadically. So now coming back to where we were, we created instance template. Not sure if I executed it already, but let's try. Okay, so I'm creating an instance template using the startup script that's created. And now you can see this is the name of my instance template with N1 by default, the creation timestamp. Once you create an instance template, you need to create a target pool as well. And you need to understand the difference between what is an instance template, what is an instant group, and a target pool. All the definitions are already created here. Your target pool allows a single access point to all the instances in a group and is necessary for load balancing in the future step.
Ram, we get a question. So Ariba asks, if Kubernetes take care of managing containers, clusters, load balancers, what is the advantage of doing this this way, setting up instances, loading balancers, doing it manually?
If you're not going to use Kubernetes all the time, it's up to you to use Kubernetes or not. Kubernetes is an option. Not all the time you will have to. You will find different architectures where you don't have Kubernetes in place. You're simply using a normal load balancer. So you need to be aware of setting up a load balancer where Kubernetes is not even in part of your architecture. But if you're using Kubernetes, if you're using Nginx, it offers you a lot of options today. So you don't have to separately create and define all of this. But it's very essential that you know how to set up this, depending on the architecture that you're designing.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So now I created a pool. So here is the homework for you guys. Understand what is an instance, different types of load balancer. Understand the different techniques using which you can do load balancing. Understand what is an instance template. Learn what is an instance group. Learn what is a target pool. So these are really the real learnings. If you don't know this, there's no point in doing this lab, right? So at this point, due to time constraint, I'll just make sure that we can complete this successfully, but make sure you go and do your homework to understand each of this. So just creating the instance group. And it will take few seconds, right? Because when you execute every command, it's creating those instance template. It's provisioning those resources, and you can always check that on your Google Cloud Console, which I can do later on. So once you're set up, now you also have to make sure that, remember, when we did our second lab, we have to enable the firewall. If we are talking about web server and some requests coming to those web server, obviously I have to open the firewall. So TCP 80 for HTTP. So I'm just creating a firewall rule to say any request coming to these instances should be fine. So ingress is incoming request on port 80 is allowed. Now let's check the progress. Did we miss any particular step? Let's list the instances. Okay. We have to target pool was created, instance template is created. Think we should be fine. Maybe after I set up the project ID, I should have created the startup script. I think I missed. But remember that the first time I created the startup script, that is when the project ID was not in place. I'm just pretty much just adding in not. Okay, already exists, which is fine. Okay, that exists. Now let me just go here. Okay, I pretty much have to restart this lab because I created all of these servers with the same names without the startup script. The startup script was created with the project without the project ID. The next time I set the project ID, I skipped the one step and it has the servers, but it's not multiple servers with the Debian OS or with the Nginx. So that would be the problem. I don't want to kill the time here. I don't want to hang up, but just make sure that you set up the project ID. It's very important that you set up the project ID before you create the startup script, and then you create these Nginx templates. It should be fine. And target pools and instance groups should be created. So the first few steps are for the application load balancer, web servers. Once you create the web servers, you can simply create the network load balancer. Just remember, load balancer are also servers, right? So the load balancer is a software that you are installing it in the server as well. So there are commands to create the load balancer as well. And then you will use the forwarding list. And then you can simply check the progress as well. Once you create the network load balancer, you can create your HTTP load balancer as well. And it's again 2 steps. Just simply go create your load balancer using the commands. And once you add the backend service, your default URL that will map to that backend service, and any request that comes in automatically will start routing to different servers. So you can, the way you can check that is using the external IP address. Every time it hits, you can check what HTTP external IP address that it's hitting. So that should just give you, it's already 3:30. I don't want to kill your time now, but pretty much that's your last lab. So take this as a homework. Just spend time to read through every concept, starting from load balancer techniques. It's very important. It's a lot to read, especially the techniques of different types of load balancer. Understand instance template, instance group, understand the target pool, understand how would you route the traffic and how it changes and how load balancer helps. So you might have to do this on your own now. We'll pass it on to Vimal at this point. Vimal, over to you.
Thank you, Ram. I guess with all the description and all the details, all the walkthroughs, it would be not difficult for our participants to complete all the quests. They must have got a sense of how this works. And I just said this is an ongoing process. It doesn't stop from we delivering the session and they completing it one time. The ongoing learning is something we have to continuously look for. There is always, every time you will do it again, you will find something interesting and something that you didn't realize previously. So what's going to happen next is formally, like our agenda is done, but we definitely wanted to do a small fun activity as well, if Madhusha thinks that it will allow us at the moment. So Madhusha, do we have like 5 minutes to do a quiz, 5-question quiz?
Yeah, we do. You got to share your screen, Vimal.
Yeah, sure. So what I'll do is I will start with my screen, and this particular end of the day, I'm inviting Shweta to check up, and she would be using my screen, and she can do it further. So let me share my screen, and from there I can take it forward. Just give me a second. I'm setting it up.
So while Vimal is getting set up, I want you all to know there's an amazing event coming up next Wednesday with Dr. John Hennessy. He's the chairman of the board for Google Alphabet. I'm going to play the clip, and we are taking video questions too. So it'll show all the instructions of it. I also added the links to the Discord server. So tell your friends, make sure you find the time to join. This is open to students from all over the world. So without further ado, here's the clip. So we also continuously working on our Flutter series with Rohan. So next week we're going to be building a love calculator. Don't ask me how. So if you already joined the previous 2 events, now you already know how to set things up with Flutter. So this is going to be a very fun activity, and hope to see you all there as well. So here's a clip that we put together. This is going to be on social media. So if you see this, reshare it, tag your friends, and see how you can get more of them to get involved. So as you can see, we're doing a lot of events, and I also want to give a special thanks to all our DSC leads on Discord. I know Aditya, Andrew, Ben, Dalton. Everybody's like busy at work doing one-on-one sessions with all you who are having issues with the series right now, with the session right now. Thank you so much. If you get a chance, connect with them, ask them about their DSC chapters. Get involved. They also run other events that complement our series. So keep the ball going. Wima, are we ready?
Yes, Mandusha, I'm ready. So I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
And I will invite Shweta, who is our co-organizer, also our WTM, Women Tech Maker. So let me share my screen too. Yeah. Are you able to see the screen? Which says question 1 to 5.
Yes. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, so we got a question from Rahul. Where can I get the next session links? If you're on Discord, there's a whole page called events. You can join that. Everything is listed there. Yeah, cool. Okay, back to you, Vimal. I'm gonna
All right.
myself.
So over to Shweta here. I will be, please post the link, the menti.com and the code in YouTube as well. I have also posted. And for the audience, because YouTube will take a while to catch up with what we are relaying from here. So we'll wait for that. All right. So once that happens, we will begin with the quiz. Over to you, Shweta.
Thank you, Vimal. Hello, everybody. So you need to go to menti.com, 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 and use the code 3642568.
Okay, we see people are joining now, I guess. Oh, this is pretty cool. Let's give it a minute or two. Also, let me post this on Discord. Hold on one second.
Yeah. It's pretty simple, guys. Just use your mobile as well. It should work. Menti.com and then the code 3642568.
Come on, guys, quick. Only 15 people have joined yet, and you're 110 people online now.
I guess Madhusha on YouTube is still playing in and relaying. There's a delay between our presentation there. So can you check from your side?
Yeah, so we have 112. I also blasted this out to our Discord server. How many do you see right now?
112 is online.
Okay, so Pocket, what is this about? So this is a quiz. Vimal, Shweta, do you want to explain what this is all about for the ones who just joined in? Or
Sure. So from last 4 or 5 hours, you are working on a quest, GCP Essentials. So this is a quiz about all those labs you have done. This is just the basic questions among all 5 labs, and you need to give one correct answer. This is the optional, multiple answers. So you have to choose one answer, and if it is a right answer, you'll be the winner if you answer it on time and correctly.
So it's pretty much like the fastest fingers, right? Like the one who is answering fast will be getting scores for each of the question, and at the end, whoever has answered the fast for all 5 questions, they would be the winner.
okay, how many do you have right now subscribed?
19.
90.
Yeah.
19.
So Madhusha, again.
19. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think the rest of them are asleep. It's okay. I guess we can go for it.
Yeah, but I can see on YouTube, it's still like the previous relay is coming. Not sure if my relay is delayed, or let me see what is the screenshot. Okay, we should be good. Yeah, I guess we can see on YouTube as well. So
give it a minute, just in case if YouTubers are now seeing it.
Madhusha, would you like to post it again on YouTube so that they get the link again? Yeah, that is also possible. Like folks would be busy completing the lab. But just to let know everybody that we have a swag for the winner, the top runner from our side, from DDG Toronto. So we definitely encourage you to participate. It has been a hectic day, and this could be a bit light note, entertaining activity.
Okay, we are at 23, 24 right now. So yeah, if you're tuning in from Twitter or Facebook, I also added the link there to join the quiz. 23, we have 110 still. Let me quickly jump onto Discord and mention this to them as well. Pocket is stuck on a Windows lab. Okay.
Just remember, you can always go back and redo the labs. There's no restrictions at this point, right? So
yeah, Reba, that is
Windows
correct.
lab is again an optional lab. You can always skip that lab. You don't have to complete every lab. That's the optional lab for lab 2. So you don't want to regret not joining.
Why don't you tell what the swag is? Maybe that might get people's attention.
We have multiple options, so we'll ask for the choice when we ship it to the winner. We have some good laptop bags. We have iPad sleeves. We have sweaters with GDG logo. What else we have?
Okay, I think maybe we can get started. 24. I think it's high time. We're holding people for a long time now.
We should start.
Let's get started.
I'm busy with the labs, and that's perfectly all right. At least those who have completed are already on the queue. Shweta, maybe you can take it forward.
Okay, guys, so let's get started.
So they read the questions carefully and answer fast.
So what is Google Cloud Project ID? Okay, so 12 right answers. So Google Cloud Project ID is a unique identifier that is used to link Google Cloud resources. So as you saw in the last lab, your project ID was not set. That is why your lab was not working properly and you are getting an error. So that is very crucial step and crucial ID for your entire lab. So keep it in mind, it is a unique identifier for each of you or for each of us to identify our Google Cloud resources and link it to the lab. So which of the following ways you can create a virtual machine instance in your Google Compute Engine? Ooh, that is nice. So this is the leaderboard. You can see who is winning or who is giving the correct answer in the fastest time. So what does gcloud compute SSH command used for? So it takes care of authentication and the mapping of instance name to the IP. So next question. Oh, leaderboard. Okay, let's see who is winning till now. Great. So why we use Qwiklabs expose command? Okay. 20 right answers. That's great. So let's see as of now who is on the top. Wow, nice. So this is the last question. What is Google Cloud Shell? Ooh. So let's see.
Wow, that was a tricky. That was a really tricky question.
Yes. So let's see who is the winner today. Andrew, congratulations.
All right.
All right, Andrew. We're gonna get your information, and I'll connect you with everybody.
Thank you, Shweta. Thank you for running this through. I guess while the last 3-4 hours was hectic, this might have brought some light moment for our participants. Yeah, so back to you, Madhusha. You like to put on some?
Yeah. So you guys want to show your cameras? Turn on your cameras very quickly before we wrap things up.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
So awesome. Here is Shweta with me and
see Vimal and Shweta.
Okay. So thank you so much for everyone for joining and tuning in today. I know it's a long session. Now the beauty about this is you can go back and go through it at your own pace, but make sure to use the code today so you can access cloud credits on Qwiklab credits. And Ram, he's tuning in from India. What time is it over there now?
Let me check quickly. It's probably 1 a.m. 1:20.
Okay, wow. So I know he was in and out, and he was tuning in the whole time. Thank you so much for doing that. And then I have to give some special thank yous to some of our DSC leads. So as you can see on the right side, all these tutors who have been jumping in and helping everybody out with their questions and answers throughout these past 4 hours. Really appreciate that. Plus, they have been helping us promote this event throughout North America. So we do have a few other events coming up. I'm going to share those videos afterwards. And if you haven't done so, tune in, subscribe to this channel, join the Discord server. And then when Ram and Vimal and Shweta, when they run other events I think the upcoming event is DevFest in November, correct? Vimal?
Yeah, that would be our biggest tech festival for the year. And we are really expecting to see most of the folks who joined here today. It will be long 36-hour session, but at the same time, very fulfilling. We will have perfect blend of workshops, speaker session, panel discussion, coding competition, stuff like that. So do join us. Register yourself at different portals. We'll share the details on the YouTube as well as other channels as well.
So, any exciting prizes that you want to announce?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, Madhusha can help us connect to the person who has won the prize today, and we can further check with them. We have quite an option that we have, and we can send it across. But the options which I had was like laptop bags, iPad sleeves, and the sweaters, and GDG swag sweaters. These are the swags we have. We can ship it to the winner's location.
Okay. Yeah, I think I know who Andrew is, and he really appreciate this. Now I see some of them. There's a few others commenting saying, I think Ijaz, he's from India or around that time zone. He's 1:20 a.m. over there. So thank you so much for joining in. Thank you so much for tuning in. As I said, you're going to see these gentlemen and Shweta and the rest of them again on the 24th. When we do in the introduction to help me here. What's the topic again? Slip my mind.
Baseline infrastructure.
Baseline infrastructure. Yeah, so you're going to tune into that, and we have a few other events coming up. So stay tuned, and I hope you learned something. I know I did. And then hopefully once we start building other applications, you know how to bring it to the cloud and launch those applications that you build, and then you'll end up building some amazing products and companies in the future. So we're looking forward to seeing that as well. So that being said, any last words, Vimal, Ram, Shweta?
No, it was good. It was good. 5 hours, I believe. I'm pretty sure there would be some satisfying learning today. And as I said, it is an ongoing process. There's nothing like we start at 11 and stop at 4 p.m. It's an ongoing thing. We have given some outline around what can be done around Qwiklabs and the platform. You can make best use of the platform by your own. One thing that we need to keep in mind is this is not a copy and paste thing that may apparently appear to some of you, that you have the codes and you have to execute. It's more about understanding it. For that, we have to repeat it, we have to read it, and we have to ask questions with each other. So, and we have to develop that understanding of our own. So keep learning, and I would definitely see you on 24th, and we'll love to see you on DevFest. So do register if you haven't done it. I will be sharing the link.
And is there a way for participants to provide that feedback, Madhusha?
Yes. So we do have a feedback section on Discord as well. What I'm going to do is you're welcome to send any feedback, welcome to send any ideas. If you want to do it anonymously, ping me and I'll figure out another system to get those information back to our facilitators, because as you can see, with this new COVID situation, we are learning, we're testing different platforms out, and we are working on different delivery mechanisms. So we want to know how effective we are. And if you have any ideas that how we can improve this process, let us know as well. It can be about the time zones. It can be about the way we deliver, any prerequisite that you would have appreciated us sending out beforehand. Let us know. Happy to hear about it, happy to execute it, and then apply it to our next session. So yeah, if that's it, thank you so much again for joining, and I'm going to play our Cloud Strategy video one more time. Once again, the learning doesn't need to stop here. Discord server is going to be live and well and running. If you have any other questions, you can ping there. Somebody will jump in and help you out. And the ones who already completed the labs, I asked them, if you have the time, help somebody else who's struggling with it. And then you can always, it's always going to, you might make a new friend from a different region. So keep that in mind. That being said, have a great afternoon, evening, early morning, or a good night. That being said, see you all.
All right.
Get ready for a cloud-first workplace. Jumpstart your career by signing up for a Google Cloud hands-on learning experience. Companies around the world are moving to the cloud. This is a unique opportunity to gain new skills and professional credentials. If you want to discover a career, scale your startup, or perform groundbreaking research that will change the world, this is the event for you.